Hi. Hello. Hi. Happy Monday. I'm so confused. I don't know what day it is. It's Monday. I just said it's Monday. But Joby is here with me because we got a snow day. Aw, man, that groundhog sure did curse us. But in some ways, is it a blessing? Or is it really a curse? Because we just get more Squiiji. We get longer Squiiji this year. Oh, hi. Thank you. Corey, welcome back for 10 months. Cappuccino also, welcome back for 3 months. Renewing rotation. Woo! Woo! Welcome back, Shroomates. I hope you enjoy your continued rotations. No, silly, it's Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. It may as well be. I'm so confused. I am so confused. It isn't spring, or isn't it spring right now? No, legally no, it's not spring. And also, as far as the groundhog is concerned, and as far as the sky is concerned, no, it is not spring in any way, shape, or form. It is cold out. We got some snow. My arms are so fatigued right now because the problem is that we got a lot of snow. It was really powdery, so it like stacked up real thick, even though like it wasn't actually that much precipitation. But it's all melting, so it's all waterlogged from like stuff running under it. So it was like unbelievably heavy. My arms are like super fatigued. I just spent the hour before starting stream shoveling snow with Joby. So the first crit may be a little bit rough as far as my ability to draw goes. Like I've got like a real good tremor going right now in my limbs. I usually have a little bit of a handshake, but like right now a little bit more. So we'll see how that goes. Am I the only one who hears reverb EG? Ooh, I don't hear reverb EG. Usually I can hear it if I have a reverb happening. So I'm gonna think no. I'm gonna think you may, or yes, I'm gonna think you may have. Potentially. It may be you. Feels like winter wants an encore. I know! I live somewhere that usually doesn't get much snow. So we're getting like a ridiculous quantity of snow right now. It feels like home for me because I'm from somewhere that got snow in quantities a lot more similar to this, but man, I didn't miss shoveling. Did you have the solid snow? I saw a few TikToks a bit ago where the snow froze and was rock solid. What? No, our snow wasn't like rock solid or anything, no. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub too. Also, that was very kind of you. Thank you. Can we rotate for Selma, please? There was a literal blizzard in the Northeast. Oh, is that what they're calling it? Was it a blizzard? I wasn't aware of that. Man, boy, does that mark 2 blizzards for USA East Coast this year? That's like an unusual quantity. I feel like there's like 0 blizzards a year for most of East Coast, let alone 2. That's pretty crazy. Intriguing, even. Upper Midwest caught in the dredges of it. Oh, Midwest, too? Wow, okay. Far-reaching snow events. I hope everybody's safe and warm, and their limbs are not paining them from snow shoveling. Calendar spring starts at the end of the week, but no one knows about the factual one. Yeah, calendar spring starts soon. The equinox. Equinox, I think, is soon, right? However... you will probably continue to be cold for a while. Nah, Northeast gets blizzards quite a bit. I mean, if you live, like, close to Canada, I would think so, but, like, I feel like this has been, like, people who live in, like, Jersey are getting hit by blizzards, and I feel like Jersey is not a blizzard's place. I don't think, like, Maryland is a blizzard's place. Like, states, like, from there below are getting blizzarded. Right? Had the lightest dusting of snow the other day, but that's the snow we've had all year. Crazy. What is a Jersey? New Jersey, New Jersey. Definitely shaky from shoveling today too. No! Those of us who have like noodles for limbs are definitely having an interesting time out there. I've got real strong legs, but my arms are, may as well be pool noodles. Oh, that's the New Jersey Italian accent? That's just the New Jersey accent. New Jersey Italians don't quite sound like that. Yeah, Jersey got hit hard by this storm. I saw a map of the East Coast for it, and it was like the closer you were to the coast, the more you got annihilated. So, coastal fellas, I'm sorry. Hope you guys are doing okay. Only got 1 snow this year. Man, we've got a couple. We've got an unusual quantity. But yeah, a couple. Oh, Chocorama, thank you for the 10 bits. I like your little snowmen, they're cute. Why are they upside down? Oh, they're not upside down. His nose is just in the wrong spot. That's how it goes. I see. Icy, I say. It's cold out. Yeah, Joby's school got canceled for today. We're waiting to see what happens tomorrow. If the university I work at gets canceled tomorrow, then I will be working from home for that too. I'm gonna be in Zoom calls all day, levitates at you disturbingly. Oh, Selma, thank you for the 52 bits. You have to give the specific amount for Gary to read it though, unfortunately. He is missing at the moment. The Gary requires a certain number. Also, why are the pinned notes missing right now? Hello? Where are the pinned notes? Oh, there it is. Gary message? Hang on, I'll make him read it because you're close anyway, but I think the Gary amount is specifically potentially like 60? There's a certain number that triggers it for him. Also, he's missing right now, and I don't know why he's missing. Gary, where are you? Gary! Gary, my son, where have you gone? Please come join me in T-posing. I'm begging you. Oh, I know why he's missing, actually. Woo! Gary, come home. I know where he is. I know why he's missing. It's because I was recording critiques. I recorded some asynchronous critiques this morning, and I turned him off for that because he just takes up space. And they don't need him because he doesn't do text-to-speech for random people who are during my critiques. So that'd be really funny if somebody realized I was recording and sent a Gary. That would be funny. I thought it was 50. Yeah, it's 50. You have to send 50 even. If you send more than 50, he doesn't read it, but I'll have him read it anyway, because you sent more than it. Here, Gary, what you got to say about this?
Hey guys, it's me Gary.
Hi.
Sadly, I'm unable to get the conch of Crete outside due to the frosting on top of it giving me brain freeze.
Yeah.
So insert Arms of Angels song, will you donate a non-particular amount so all the Garys that is like me is able to have a fresh slab of concrete 3 times a day?
In the arms of an angel. Poor Gary. Gary, we shoveled out our sidewalk because, I don't know if you guys knew this, but most cities and or suburbs will fine you if you don't shovel your sidewalk out within, I think it's like between 6 and 24 hours after a snowstorm. They'll fine you, so you gotta be quick on it. So don't worry, Gary, the concrete is totally exposed. You're really not hurting for it right now, I promise. We did our part. It has been shoveled out. Concrete's not as cheap as 50 cents. Concrete, I mean, depends on how much you want. That's silly. I mean, it's an accessibility thing. We should be shoveling things out so that people can get where they need to go safely. However, I think they're a little intense about the time period. And then also, you know, some things that are good for accessibility for some people are bad for accessibility for others. How in the world are certain people supposed to be able to shovel their driveway out that fast or shovel out their sidewalks that quickly? That's like a hard thing to do. Finally, hi Nano. Finally what? I mean, I live in the South. I mean, that's fair. If you live in the South, you probably didn't get as much snow. Potentially. Ours is mixed. They say not to because people could slip as the snow is less slippery? Huh? That's interesting. I have not heard that. Interesting. We shovel because that is what we're asked to do. My city gives 24 hours. Even then, they almost never fine anyone. Oh, our city actually, I think, made threats to people when we had that last big snowstorm that like the entire eastern coast got. The city made threats to people. They said, if you do not have this fixed within 24 hours, we will be doing fining. They let everybody know. I think they wanted some cash to recoup the price of having to hire a ton of extra plows. My city hadn't even removed the snow right outside the city office. Everyone else got snow removed. We just had to suffer. Oh, man. Excuse me? Yeah. Little wild. Just a little bit. The only thing I'm shoveling is cash, baby. Lance, I'm happy for you. Not really. Shh. Pretend. You gotta manifest it. If you want to be shoveling cash, you gotta manifest it. You can't JK. You gotta say it with your whole chest. You gotta commit to it. Yeah. Wait, really? Because when the snow melts from traffic and being smooshed, when it's cold, it just freezes. It becomes an ice rink. Yeah. If it melts, it becomes a much more of an issue. So we were trying to clear things off as best we can so that it's not sitting there to melt. So that way it's off to the side. That way when it melts at night, it'll be melted, or melts during the day, it'll be melted out of the way. And then when it refreezes overnight, it won't be directly in front of the cars. So, yeah. But anyways, hi. Did I introduce myself? Do you know who I am? I don't know if you figured it out by now, but you know who he is. This is Gary. We already talked about him. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. we are doing chibi VTuber design critiques today. I am not Gary. That would be considered identity theft, and that would be cruel and unusual to do to my own child. I'm not doing that. I know who I am only vaguely. My sense of self and identity is tenuous at best sometimes. Squiiji. Wait a minute, who are you? I don't know. Squeaky. Uma. That's me. I'm your favorite rabbit horse skier VTuber. That'd be quite the concept. Rabbit and horse and skiing. But yeah, we're doing VTuber design critiques today. It is, in fact, a Monday, despite whatever in the world my brain thinks it is. And we are critiquing chibi designs. We were supposed to have, I think, 3 skip the lines, but Ruroku, I think, is working today, so therefore we've pushed Ruroku's off. Hoshi isn't able to stay for stream today, so we're gonna push Hoshi's off. Masked Emerald, did you submit yours? I checked before I went and shoveled snow, and I did not find your design. I'll keep an eye out for you. It's Ouija, the warrior Squeegee's Mario. Yeah, that's why I'm dark and glitchy and pixelated and all this is happening. This is dark, evil Squeegee. Ouija. That just sounds like I'm the Wii. I'm just a version of the Wii. Oh wait, this is a thing. So I have a couple little like notes. I'll wait and keep an eye out for Masked Emerald, but I have just like my usual little bit of housekeeping, little bit of EGS to yap legally. It's gotta be that way. I got a couple things to say. First, Jubby and I played a bunch of Super Monkey Ball 2 on the GameCube on Friday night. At first, we were playing the game, and I was like, man, this would be a fun game to play for stream now that I have a capture card. I would love to play a little Super Monkey Ball for stream. Let me tell you, Jubby and I got so thoroughly rage-baited by that game. I am usually really difficult to frustrate when it comes to playing games or doing things. I'm usually pretty level-headed. Oh my god! Yeah, game gets hard! Like, there's certain levels that you just have to figure out a strategy for, and when you figure out the strategy, it's not that hard. And we were playing the challenge mode, because we forgot that you can play the story mode and you can just practice courses over and over and over and over again. There are a couple levels, like, where all you have to do is, when you enter the level, you just hold the stick straight the entire time, and that's it, you complete it. And for some reason, I'm not gonna say it so loud because Jubby might hear me. For some reason, Jubby like couldn't get those ones, and I don't know why. I think it might be because I don't have the greatest of reaction speed, so Jubby would just like immediately hold it down straight and therefore be off of whatever the timing was. But because it took me a second to like react and hold it down, I would clear those ones first try, and Jubby would be like 6 tries in. What is Super Monkey Ball? It is a Nintendo video game sponsored by Dole Bananas. Where you are a monkey in a ball and you roll through like obstacle courses while trying to not fall off of them, and you try to complete them before they age out. Oh wait, you're right, Sega. It's Sega, not Nintendo. This is true. I know. I hear you. Yes, it is Selma. It is in fact Selma, who is telling me that it is Sega. Sega. I knew that too because they've got a collab with Miku in one of the later versions. Yeah, but yeah, they have. They've got some fun party games. But man, we were getting raged a little bit. There was a level called Stepping Stones, and I think it took me 30 minutes to beat it. And it was such an easy level, too. I just, like, couldn't get it to work. And Jubby and I are just forever now. We cannot get past. There's a level called Dribbles. We can't do it. We cannot get the timing right. All it is like a zigzag course, and there's these, like, balls that drop up and down at varying timings, and we always get to the 4th one, and we cannot figure out the timing for it. On a miracle, we've gotten past the 4th one, but we, like, didn't finish the course after that. It was so tough. I think we spent over an hour trying to beat it, and then we gave up because we couldn't do it. Yeah, you tilt to control the world and not the monkey also, yes. There's all sorts of stuff with, like, velocity control and... Oh boy, rage bait Squeegee stream. Yeah, apparently this is the only thing that gets to me. I can play rage types of games and stay silly, but I think it's the repetitive nature of Monkey Ball that was what got to me. Where you're doing the same thing over and 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 over again. you can't beat it, so it feels like you're like bashing your head against a wall. I think that's why I was struggling with it. Someone made Super Monkey Ball. True. These are true facts that you are learning on your EG stream today. Definitely know it's Sega because there was a motion game thing on the PlayStation I couldn't do. Oh, interesting. But yeah, the game is in fact cruel and evil to me. And we're at the point in the story mode where we have to defeat dribbles in order to advance the story mode. And we can't advance the story mode because we can't defeat dribbles. Suffering. But yeah, so we did that on Friday. Saturday, Joby and I went to Joby's friend's baby shower, which was cool and fun. I ate some good food. I got cramps for 48 hours. We've pushed off the timing of my cramps so that it's no longer on Mondays, so I'm not missing Monday streams anymore. But oh my god, I thought I was gonna die. It was so bad. It was so abysmally awful. I took so much ibuprofen over this weekend. So I'm surviving. I'm much better today. I don't feel terrible. I feel mostly fine today. Thank goodness. Oh, thank you for a blanket. I appreciate it. You can schedule cramps. No, I can't schedule them, but just the way that time works, because the routine of period is not like exactly by month. It's sort of like not exact. It like slightly varies month to month sometimes. You will end up with like, okay, month after month after month after month. I end up with them on Mondays, but then at some point I'm getting it Sunday as opposed to Monday. You know what I mean? And then I get it for Sunday, 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 Sunday. And then it'll be suddenly Saturday that it occurs. And then it's Saturday, 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 Saturday. So eventually we might miss a Friday because of it. We'll see. Line slowed down. I was here longer than I thought I'd be. Gonna get in the car for a ride this second. Can't hear. Bye. Bye, Hoshi. Curious? Yeah, it is curious. Will there be Minecraft tomorrow? That's a good question. Let me do some housekeeping. But the last thing I wanted to say before housekeeping was that, oh my god, we stayed over the weekend with Joby's family because the place where the baby shower was near them. And we thought it'd be nice to just give them a visit. They have the cutest little cat ever. Oh my god. He's so cute. They won the cat lottery. They have like an entire cat colony showing up outside their house right now. But the first cat that showed up is this cute little tuxedo cat. And they just like, you know, the cat was really friendly immediately. They just let the door open and the cat just came right in, curled up on their couch, and just lives with them now. Is that the cat you showed on Discord? Yes, it is. And the kitty's so cute. Oh my god. All the cats have their ears clipped, so Joby's family thinks that like someone who does like the catch and release, where they like, you know, catch a cat, take it to like be spayed or neutered, and then release it. They think that someone is releasing the cats from that program nearby because all the cats have their ears clipped. Yeah, they won the cat distribution system. 1 minute I gotta go see. Yeah, go check the pets area. This little guy is so cute. Joby's parents have all these little like cat houses on the porch now that all have like heaters in them because some of the cats are like feral and like not friendly. So like they don't really hang out. They won't come inside. With this little guy, his name is Socks. He's so cute. He's so little. His head is so perfectly little round. His eyes are so big and round. He's so cute. He's the most adorable cat ever. And he's very friendly. He's very nervous. He doesn't like when people are standing. He's totally happy to be pet and to hang out with you and play with you if you sit down. But he just doesn't like when you stand. So he's a little anxious, but he's so cute. Steal the cat? No, I can't steal him. We're not allowed to have pets in my apartment. But Joby's parents did ask us. They were like, do you guys want a cat? We currently have like 7 on our porch. Well, we'll have to wait and see if any of the other cats are friendly. And when Joby and I move, probably next fall, hopefully maybe we'll move somewhere that'll let us have a cat without paying an extra $500 a month. Because that would be really nice. I miss having a cat. It did fantastic work for my mental health, though, getting to hang out with this cute little cat. He's so cute. Pet rent fees are brutal. I know. My aunt got a cat that way named Sweet Pea. Yeah, my parents got 2 whole cats that way. My parents got my long boy. He showed up, and he was the same deal as this cat was, where he just like showed up one night in the winter, and he was just crying on our porch. And we were like, oh my gosh, he's so cute. He wanted us to pet him. If you sat down, he'd crawl right in your lap. He was so flea infested though. But he was definitely somebody's cat that they let out. And just like ditched, I guess, which makes me really sad. But he was the sweetest little guy. Now he's huge. He's not a little guy anymore. But yeah, we like opened the door and he just became our cat. And then the second one, similar deal. She was friendly, but like not as friendly. She's a little teeny tiny cat though. She never got really much bigger than when she first appeared. She's so little. And the vet has no idea how old that one is because she doesn't have any teeth because she's got an autoimmune disorder. At first they thought she was a kitten. Then they thought she was like an elderly cat. We have no idea. She's somewhere in the middle. But cat distribution system is so good. Apartment comes preloaded with small rodents and ants as pets. Yeah, that is kind of the way things are here. Although I will say my 2 creatures that I kept an eye on in my apartment seem to be no longer. My spider friend in my window vanished. I think the first blizzard knocked him out, unfortunately. And then our mouse that we had, our single mouse, we have not seen the single mouse in a couple weeks, so I don't know what happened to him. People always say, when you see one mouse, it's never just one, there's a lot of them. I think that was wrong for us specifically in this case. I think it was just one mouse. He's gone. He is no more. He's vanished on us. So, my house does not contain any living things it shouldn't anymore. The winter claimed them. Yeah, that's a sad way of putting it. I'd imagine that may have been what happened, unfortunately. Cats keep me sane-ish, the main reason I keep waking up for work. I know, cats are such a good motivation because you care about their health, maybe sometimes more than you care about your health. So it's like, oh, this little guy needs his food, so I guess I'll eat. This little guy, like, I need to take care of cleaning up after him, so I guess I'll clean up after me too. I miss having cats. I miss having pets, period, but, oh, kitty. Anyways, housekeeping! Only 26 minutes into stream. What's going on this week? That's a great question. So, Tuesday and Thursday, theoretically, we should have Shroom State Minecraft server open. Should be. I will be having it open while I'm at work. It's just gonna sit in the background of my laptop while I do other tasks. My laptop can run the server and didn't have any issues doing so. So theoretically, hopefully that should work. We'll just have to see how strong the Wi-Fi is at my work. Because usually I'm running it from here where I have Ethernet connection and I have a really good, I got a good internet plan here. So we just gotta see how strong that is, but I won't really be playing it probably very much. It'll just be running and open. But, so that is Tuesday and Thursday, from roughly 10 a.m. to roughly 2 p.m. It may end up being that it ends up being 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. just because those are my work hours. There's not really a reason for me to start it an hour into work unless I just have to set things up first, or a reason for me to end it before I end work unless I need to like do something intense on my laptop, but it should be fine. So I will let you guys know when that is happening this week. So that should be nice and fun. Secondarily, extra credit. Are you proud of me? I finally made the thing for it. Let's see if it shows up. I finally made the note for it. Where is it? Come on. Come on. Give me note. Give me note. So we do have a current extra credit assignment going on right now, which is that we are doing character design to create, sort of horse gajinkas a la Uma Musume and their design philosophies, which, what a fantastic, brilliant overlap, because Wednesday we are starting our Uma Musume character design tier list, and what fantastic news we got this week. There's more designs. There's like 4 more of them, and one's really cute. She's not gonna be a character with a career. She's an, what do you call it, an NPC, but she's still really cute. I like her. So we'll see. I'll be starting that on Wednesday, but our current extra credit is Uma Musume Character Design Challenge, which is not due this Friday, but it's due next Friday. So keep an eye out for that deadline. I gotta finish mine. I started it. It's got a ways to go. We introduced 9 more Umas this week. Oh, was it 9? I thought it was 5. But man, okay, yeah. We'll try and get through all of them in 2 streams, because I've got some pretty streamlined opinions on the Uma Musume designs, and I know most of them. It could probably be like Miraculous, where because Miraculous I was familiar with all of them, I had a way higher than average like critique rate for them, so maybe that'll be true for Uma? We'll see. That includes 1 NPC. Yeah, 1 NPC, 1 NPC. Just 1. As someone who doesn't care about Uma Musume, I did my best. I appreciate you doing your best. I appreciate you putting the effort in. Bam. So let me just stick extra credit in here so you can find it if you would like. It is in our Discord server. I realize I should be making it clearer that we have the Discord server probably more often than I do. I always forget. I never remember that that is in fact a thing that we have and that I should be telling people we have. I know we have it. I use it constantly. But I just forget I can tell you all about it. I know we have a lot of regulars, but I like forget that I can still say it. My blind read on every Uma will be horse. True. I mean, you can tell the Umas are horses. Yeah. Is it going to be global only for the tier list? Nope. It's gonna be all of them. Every single one of them. Because there's actually not that many of them in global right now, and I know most of them that go beyond global also. So like, I know what their names are. I won't need people to tell me who they are in the tier list. I know what their names are. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Subgoal, for letting me know. I think we got those 3 subs earlier. You're a little late to the party. Nice try. Oh, wait, no, maybe it was because of Masked Emerald. Thank you, Masked Emerald. Welcome back for 5 months with Prime. You only get 1 of those Prime subs a month, so I'm honored you'd use it for me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your continued rotation. Oh, I wonder if it wasn't counting, because I feel like we already had 3, but I wonder if it didn't count the gifted towards the sub goal. Although it usually does. How peculiar. Try finding Uma ears and tails for Vroid and boots. Weren't successful. Oh no, really? I feel like that's the kind of thing where like if you were to make Uma ears and tail for Vroid and then put them on Booth, people would eat that up. They would love that. You could probably make the ears as like a hair accessory, and then the tail, I don't know how tails work in Vroid these days, but you could still probably make it also with hair or something else. People would eat that up. Still no page yet. Page? What page? What do you mean? What kind of page? Papers? Question mark? Anyways, hang on, wait. Focus, e.g., focus, pay attention. So I think what I learned is that all 3 of our skip the lines for today may actually be for next Monday. Yeah, for the Uma thing, I'm sorry. You're good, don't worry about it. Uma ears and tail and Vroid. Yeah, any of you Vroid makers. Maybe you could do that. Edit the bunny ears into Uma? Oh, you might be able to, that's true. If you made them like really short and triangular potentially. What else did I have for housekeeping? Oh, I fixed the sound alerts, so we no longer have sound alerts. It'll get me DCMA takedown. We got rid of the roll and also the crab rave, so we shouldn't have any loud noises anymore. It should all be balanced properly. The sound is toggled on so we can hear it, so we can go back to honking to our heart's content. That's good. Looks in my server to see if I missed anything. Extra credit. Yeah, Minecraft. Oh, art gallery. Because of work last week, I totally forgot that I needed to post the art gallery preview for the VR chat art gallery. I'm gonna do that. I've actually scheduled it to post tomorrow, so you'll be able to see it tomorrow. Sorry about that. I like forgot. I've had so much going on that I did not keep up with that one. Whoopsie. But yeah, that happens. No more raves. No more raves. It was just really loud, and for some reason I couldn't get it to actually turn the volume down. It was quite strange. Hi, Ree. What? Thanks, Elma. I appreciate your honk. Honk. Sometimes I forget I exist. All good. I don't forget. I know many things that exist. But yeah, I think that's all the housekeeping I had for today. That was pretty efficient. I got that done in like 10 minutes. Good work, EG. Before I leave this screen, let's do roll call. We can rotate and roll call. Who's here for class today? If you would like to check in for class, if you'd like to be a part of roll, you can use the 1 channel point redeem on Twitch, or you can just say hi or here or something of that nature on YouTube. So let's see who's here. If you are lurking, don't worry about it. I got you marked down already. Thank you for being here as always. And also VOD watchers, hi. Hello. Thank you for watching. So I see Friendly Guy, Bugs, Edward, Cappuccino, Lofox, Binary Star, Argon Sykes, Bell Sui, how do you say your name? Bell Sui? Am I saying that right? I feel like I've been saying that wrong for a minute. Nilo, Sanizum, Selma, Riraku, Luanson, Neat, Corey, Magnus, Will. Every time I say your name, I think of the funny tube that goes wheel, 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 wheel. Soiren, I think it was okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I have teacher debuff, so if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name, you are allowed to let me know. I see Chokorama, Undead Diver, Abu Kitty, Masked Emerald, nee, scroll up, Mad Ones, Bleak, Cece, Fern, Dia, Lamia, Mars. Somehow Dia and Lamia always end up next to each other, and the Ias work so well right next to each other. Mars, Vixen, Amber, Ree, Yorkie, Striker, Manzana, Yanida, Jazzy. Oh, Jazzy, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation, and I hope you enjoy continuing to do it. And I'm honored you'd use your Prime sub on me, because you only get one of those. Thanks. Just excited for loading delayed, saw her on your thumbnail. Yeah, we'll talk about her. Also, hi Trey, and Nano, and Moss Cake, who I believe is also here. Oh, Ianita, thank you also for resubscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you for the feedback on my design. I'm currently making a new design. Yay! Good luck! I'm glad I can help. Thank you. I say thank you for thanking me, thank you for being here. Forgets how to say words in English language, but thank you. Rotates in spirit. Yes, thank you for spiritually rotating with us. Ree, you can rotate my head around if you want to do rotation. If you use the channel point redeem, you can just spin my whole head. That functions. That works. That's a solution, potentially, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, I think that was all I had. Let me put us into the rubric room. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get my neck all nice and warmed up. Loosened up from all my snow shoveling. Say it in Simlish if you forgot English. I don't even know what Simlish sounds like. I'd be better off doing Animal Crossing. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Ree. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Selma, please? Pretty please? That was very nice of you. Allowing Ree the ability to rotate. Almost 200? Oh my god, are you really? Oh my god, you are. Jeez, that is an incredible quantity, Selma. Thank you. Oh, my hair, Manzana. Hi, Mizu. Only exposure to Animal Crossing is the Doom crossover memes? What a way to be exposed to it, huh? That's definitely interesting. Like IKEA furniture. Then you got Simlish. Blahaj, Skada. I don't know what any of the IKEA furnitures are called. I know Blahaj, and that's not even furniture. You say that like Edward didn't give half in a single day. That is true, and is also similarly insane, but just because Edward also did something insane does not mean you didn't also do something insane, you know? It's not diminished by the fact that other people also do wild things in wild numbers with wild quantities. I am still just as shocked every single time it happens, so don't say that. I want a Bahaj. 28 buckaroo is a bit concerning. I mean, it's a big whale. Is it worth 28? It's pronounced blowhigh? Blowhigh? I didn't know that. Blowhigh. Blahaj. Blahaj. If you need demon or devil names, just use IKEA furniture names. I feel like in some capacity that is almost like a rude thing to say. We're just making fun of Swedish at this point, if you're doing that. Shark. It's a shark. It is a shark. Did I say something other than shark? What did I say? Did I not say shark? What did I call it? I don't even know what I said. Just means blue shark whale. Oh, whoops, sorry. Sorry. I wasn't not participating. Wow, I'm losing it. I wasn't paying attention. I accidentally said shark, or I said whale and I meant shark, but I know it's a shark and not a whale, and I said participating instead of... Oh! Shroomates, I think my brain's falling apart. Yes, keys is true. Take a breather. Yeah, let me take a sip of beverage. I'll eat a bite of my snack, and then we'll look at the rubric. There we go. Very stable EG on this beautiful, glorious, wow, cold Monday. Yeah, put me here. Oh, let's see. Are these fellas working? They're not working. Where are my fellas? Hello? All my fellas. Dun, 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 dun. Are the fellas working? All my fellas. 3 other languages in a trench coat. English is like 17 languages in a trench coat, unfortunately. There they are. There's the fellas. I just needed to tell it that it's a foreground thing, that it should care about the order it's showing things in. Bam! There you all are! Yay, you're back and you're functional because they weren't working last week. Yippee! Yeah, English is everything put in a blender and then said the worst way possible. Whoops, get rid of this. We shouldn't be able to see that. Come on. There we go. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. So, this week, we have a lovely Rubric-chan, who is the personification of the rubric, here to hang out with us while we do our grading. This Rubric-chan is made by Coco Moons. Look at him! Little robotic fella! With blue screen notes on one leg, a little bit of digital glitch, and some grades on the other. Got the 0, 1, and 2 of the categories, got the full color spread all throughout the outfit. It's so good. It's so cute. I'm so glad we have Rubric-chans again. It does great things for my well-being. It is so, like, mentally uplifting seeing a cute little guy with my cold, hard, intense, strict rubric. I say as if my rubric isn't also lovely and colorful, but it's a little bit harsh these days, sometimes. So it does make me happy that we can have a little friendly guy to make it feel less harsh. You know? Yeah. But this is our character design rubric, which is what we use in order to remain as objective and unbiased as possible when we are critiquing VTuber designs, because VTuber design is just character design in many ways. Thank you for lengthening my neck. It'll allow me to breathe better for reading all of these details. Cue washing the cold embrace of rubrics. That's quite a sentence. So, on my rubric, you can score a maximum of 10 points. You can get 2 points in each of the 5 categories, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. To get full points for your color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting. The contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for your palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices, or if the hues and values just need to be completely revisited. For silhouette, in order to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. There should be strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, and contrasting shape language. You will get no points for your silhouette if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise is in need of just much more definition. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the level of detail should be appropriate to the design. So today, we're looking at chibi fellas. The level of detail for these designs is likely not going to be quite as high as the level of detail is for your typical traditional 8 to 7 to 6 head high VTuber design. And these designs by default should pass the plushie test. They should be able to be made into cute little plushies the way that they are, because chibis are already more or less plushie proportioned. But, you know, you won't get any points for your design if the design is too distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. For focal point, to get full points, the focal point should be well executed, the primary one that is. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face first. Should be drawn to look at the face first and foremost, and then we'll visually explore the rest of the design. I don't know what's happening to me. I think I forgot how to read, and I think I forgot how to speak. I'm just saying words that are not the words I'm reading, and I'm just saying everything wrong. What's happening, Eej? Get with it. Come on. This is a locked out Monday, I guess. To get full points for focal point. The primary focal point... What? Hang on. You will get no points for focal point if the focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by their elements, To get full points for concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. This includes things like your personality, your cultural background, your fashion sense, your occupation, your species, if you're an animal or something. Yeah, all those things. We should be able to identify those things just by looking at you, for the most part. If we can't do that, if your concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent, you won't get any points. I can also award up to 3 bonus points to designs, 1 for each of the following. You can get a point for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 1 for having a unique, exciting art style, and /or 1 for personal taste. I can put you on the fridge because I just personally enjoy the design. Yeah. Something VTubers can't read theory. I do a lot of reading every day. I read the chat all the time, I say, as if I don't misread the chat constantly and have to be let know that I just totally read a word wrong in a sentence that changes the meaning completely. Whoops! What can you do? I'm just like that. It's part of my silliness. We like the silliness of EG. Right? I guess it's what gives me flavor. Or even gets the opposite meaning. I know, I've done that a couple times before. Usually Amber has to be like waving arms like crazy, like, no, 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 hang on, come back, wrong. Nope. But let's see. What else do I have to do before I start here today? Bingo. Bingo was in fact their namebo. Bam. If you'd like to do character design bingo with us, you are welcome to join us. We just do bingo based on some design tropes that show up not infrequently in VTuber designs. Bam, let me pin this. Oh, okay, that's a place you can put that. I guess that's fine. Minimize this, put this here. I got myself a bingo card. Beautiful. If I don't get chibi on my bingo card, I'm gonna complain. Oh, I didn't get chibi on my bingo card. I'm complaining. How could they do this to me? Oh, this is so messed up. I hope you get chibi as an option on your bingo. Because I didn't. This isn't fair. The bingo gods want to keep me down because I won twice last week. They fear my power. Little do they know. I may still actually win today. We'll see. But yeah, bingo. Join us if you'd like. Also, final thing before we start. Ooh, prediction. Do we want to do the usual how many will EG critique prediction today? Or do we want to do a will EG win bingo prediction today? Or do we have any other ideas for predictions? I feel like we do the same thing for prediction over and over and over again. Do you guys have any other ideas of things we could predict? Or like, Gamba over for stream? Question mark? I'll take a bite of my snack while you ponder, maybe. I was supposed to eat snack earlier and I didn't, so I'll take a bite of it. I do have to say, Joby's parents have quite the sweet tooth. So every time we see them, they give us like a whole box full of sweets. Essentially, so like, I have what looks like a granola bar, but it's like more of like, it's a cookies and cream? Like cookie bar, I guess? How many fish crackers will EG eat? I don't have any fish crackers. I want a fish cracker boycott right now because fish crackers are so incredibly expensive at the moment. I can't actually validate purchasing them. I can't validate purchasing fish crackers because they're really expensive. The carton I used to buy for $8 back in the day is like $15 now. It almost doubled in the last 2 years. I can't do it. It's too much. For how quickly I eat them, I can't spend 15 bucks on that. That's crazy. No. So I don't have fish cracker, and I'm sad about it. It's just so expensive. Maltesers is down, but not for long. Oh, yeah. And that's the problem with prices. They always go up. They never go down. So fish crackers will probably never be affordable ever again. So I just have to be okay with this. What can you do? Predict the destiny of Selma. Don't know about that. I don't know what that means. I don't know how you could do that. Will there be bonus points predict, maybe? Oh, I guess we could predict whether or not I would award other bonus points, but that feels like something I could choose the outcome of, and I don't want to be the one choosing an outcome in that way. Got Chibi on your bingo? I'm so happy for you, Love Fox. I say through gritted teeth. I'm so happy for you. End up making snacks a decent amount of the time for budget reasons, but I miss jerky. Oh, jerky is one of those things that's also expensive. Predict how many times chat distracts EG. No, because then you guys are going to spend the whole stream trying to distract me. And the chibis deserve me getting through them. Will EG forget to ladder? That's already in the bingo. And we already know the answer to that. We know I'll forget it at least once. That's not a good prediction. Maybe the reason we haven't changed prediction is because there's not much else to predict that I don't have control over. Question. On EG's model, there's dots that are stationary that move because they move. There's a lot and make the model more fun to look at. What is this sort of thing called? I don't think it's called texture. I mean, it is texture. That's why I have it, is because it adds a little bit of texture. It's a half tone. It's because I'm a 3D model. I have a custom shader that I built using Poyomi as a base. It has a halftone in it. If you are doing 3D modeling and you want a similar effect on your model, you just need something that can use panosphere options for textures. So like, this is a mask for my shading that is set to panosphere. Poyomi shader can do it, I believe. Also, Lultoon, I think also does panosphere. Chowder. Yeah, it is kind of like a chowder style thing. Oh, that would be cool. Having just powder style or chowder style textures on a 3D model. Man, I got too many ideas for 3D models. I gotta stop. If it ain't broke, we can't fix it. Yeah, that seems to be true. 3D models are complicated. 2D are also. Yeah, this is true. They're just complicated in different ways, I feel like. I feel like 3D models are complicated in the sense that people are afraid of Unity, but Unity's not that bad. 3D models are just complicated in the sense that you have to rig for a much greater variety of motion, and also there's a whole back. And then you're also limited by the constraints of realistic physics sometimes. But yeah. I should do full halftime shooting in Inochi. Yeah, Inochi's like open source Live 2D. Bingo. Yeah, okay, nice bingo. Bingo is pinned. Yeah, we'll just do a regular prediction, I guess, because I can't think of anything better to predict that I don't have control over and that you guys don't have control over. So I feel like it'd only be fair to do it this way. But I do think that we should be predicting 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 today. Get 20 minutes. I'll give you 30. I usually give you 30. I don't know why it's set to 20. Also, grammatical error. Past EG. How many designs will we get? We crit. There we go. Bam. Last time I set this up, I just didn't spell things correctly and didn't do a great job of it. Good job, past EG. Go ahead. Start predicting if you would like. You got the next half an hour. 4, 5, 6, 7. Start. Don't say anything about the numbers. I didn't say the numbers. Don't even do it. Don't say the numbers. The funniest thing right now is happening also. I'm gonna say as I like start moving towards looking at our first design, which is that one of my videos that I made almost 2 years ago, actually not even almost, it's almost 3 years ago now, my VTuber design pet peeves video, I say the funny numbers in it because I'm talking about proportions and how most people, you know, most anime style designs end up being somewhere in the 7 or 6 heads tall area. I don't say the numbers in that order though. And I got so many comments saying the funny numbers that it like kicked the video back into like YouTube's algorithm. So I'm getting a ton of comments on it now again. But oh, so many of the comments are people being like, I'm not going to take critique from you because your model is ugly. I'm not going to listen to you because your design looks awful. Those who can't do, teach. I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to be getting hate comments again. Please leave me alone. So I stuck a disclaimer at the top where I was like, listen, the video's called Pet Peeves. Pet Peeves are a personal thing. These are not like universal standards. Oh my god, yeah, wait, I can even read them right now. Wow, sorry, but your VTuber doesn't look that good either. Oh my gosh. Let's see, what other ones were there right at the top here? There were a couple that were like not nice right at the top. So glad you are not in charge of the designs of any VTubers I watch. Extremely bold to make a video criticizing other people's avatars while using an avatar that looks like that. My god, what an abomination. Oh my gosh. People are being so mean. Which is so funny. So I left a comment at the top of it that was like, hey, please be aware, pet peeves are personal. You don't have to agree with me. There's a reason why I'm not calling them like universal truths. Pet peeves are personal things that bug me as a character designer. Also, the model I'm using in that video is like super duper outdated at this point. I haven't used that model in over a year and a half. It's also one I made in like a week so that I could just debut as a VTuber. Hate you because they ain't you. I know, they hate me because I have almost 500,000 views on the video, I think. Was it your 1.0? Yeah, it was my 1.0. I think I only actually have one edited video on YouTube that's using my 2.0, which might be why people don't realize I'm using it. But I'm like getting like 10 or so comments a day now again, and it's mostly people being mean. It's wild. They can't actually hurt me. I don't actually care. But it's so funny. Take my bite of my snack. Me check those comments out? Yeah, go ahead. Give me your views and engagement, I'll take the money. I know, that's the thing. I don't think they realize that by being mean to me, they're making the algorithm pick my video up more, meaning I'll make more money from it. So I'm not actually mad, it's just funny. Get more Squiiji videos, they commented, I know. Yeah, the hate comments boost the engagement, so I don't care. It's fine. Get behind me, I'll protect you. Don't worry, I don't need protecting. I got this. I'm a big, strong shroom. Thanks to the funny numbers, I found you. Thanks, funny numbers. I'll take that. I'll be glad if I reach a couple people who are open-minded. I found you after the 2.0. I was jump scared when I first saw the original. Glope was insane. Yeah, it was necessary. It was needed. I just didn't have time to make myself a full model when I was in grad school. But yeah, anyways, in case we didn't know this, EG's not perfect. EG's never been perfect. My opinions are my opinions, and you don't have to agree with them. Yeah. that's that on that. Anyways, critiques. Had to start somewhere, exactly. And I cared more about starting than I did about being polished, so that's what essentially happens. What can you do? Nothing. What can you do? Anyways, this is Burrs. He/him at Cold Burrs. I was given no information about this fella, but I think we can make a couple educated guesses based on the design, what the theming is. So there's a couple reasons why this ended up being on the thumbnail. The heart motif. It's everywhere, and it's so cute. You've got a heart motif in the hair, where like all these little swirlies become hearts. The braid itself becomes a heart shape. You've got heart shapes repeating on the leg of the pants, and in different like positive and negative colors throughout the clothing, on the apron, or like, I don't know if this is apron, but just like the top layer of the skirt, on the sleeves. You've got polka dots as a secondary motif, so you don't just have one thing that repeats. You've got polka dots on your little shawl, and on your hood, which is cute. You've got repeating laces that are mostly, or not lace, like, not fringe. What is the word I'm looking for? Frills? Yes. That you've used consistent shape language for, which is lovely. It keeps things from feeling too overwhelming. I happen to be somebody who is a big fan of giant wide leg. Yeah, ruffles. That's what I wanted. Thank you, Manzana. I'm a big fan of that. There's a lot of really nice subtle asymmetry in this design too, from the swooped bangs to the like idol style skirt where you've got the ribbon on one side and the tears offset on the other side. You've got one sock on. It's very cute. So there's decent asymmetrical balance. I do think that maybe swapping this bow to the other side may benefit you because you've got the bow on your hat/hood on one side. You've got this bow on this side also, and your sock on this side. So I may just suggest swapping your skirt horizontally, just for a little bit of better asymmetrical balance. That'll also move the viewer's eye left to right and left to right, left to right, left to right a little bit more. Let me just copy paste this and see if this works the way I want it to. Where did I start that? There we go. Oh, perfect. I yapped for so long that my hands stopped being fatigued, so now I can draw again. Yay! Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta center it. Yeah, that's good. There we go. Need this plushie now? I know! He's so cute! This fella is so cute. Always want to know why is the mushroom upside down? Because he's Australian. His text-to-speech voice broke, and he's gone to Australia on holiday while he gets his voice back. So he's upside down. From what is it? From what is what? Huh? From what is what? But yeah, do you see how we're creating a flow now? Large object on the left, large object on the right. Object that has a lot of color in it, therefore providing weight on the left again. Weep, wop, weep. And then also the bangs almost sort of create the S curve through these objects too. So just creating interesting flow. The choice of making the ends of the pigtails gray is interesting too, because it is helping to make sure that the pigtails aren't as visually interesting to us as maybe the area around the faces, but I'm not sure that the focal point is working perfectly here. But yeah, he is in his Australian phase. I gotta uncross my leg. My ankle is falling asleep. Should I put my question in a singular comment from what is the background music? Oh, okay. This is Xenoblade. They're gray? Looks green to me. Really? It's straight gray. If I sample it, your calibration of your color on your computer may be a little bit off. But I was going to suggest for the white and gray areas that they have a little bit of a color undertone. Because this design is completely monochromatic, which isn't a bad thing. This isn't black, white, a color, metal. This is two different pinks with gray and white and no metal. So it's not Bwackum. It's not. But we could make you even further away from Bwackum if we were to give you like maybe like a nice like purple undertone to the gray parts or another color. Whoops, that's not purple. Hello? There we go. Not that strong, but like this maybe. Just because that'll add a little bit of visual interest. It might just be fun to have a secondary color in the palette. Your eyes are also gray, so you could give that similar like color undertone to the eyes too. You don't have to use purple either. You could use blue, you could use green, because green's a complement to pink, although that might be a little bit too distracting. I was like, I'll probably turn it down even further. But just like a subtle lilac. Do you see how that's activating that area a little bit more? Is it a multiply layer? No. It is, in fact, a color layer. This design is so cute. I know. I got to download a bunch more fellas this morning for crits because I was like, you know, I have so many folders that are so close to being able to be up for critique. They're just not there yet. They like need like one or two more. I was like, what is stopping me from just downloading another like 10 to 15 fellas just so that I have a little bit more options to work with too for what we're in the mood for each day, and also so that way I can maybe match the critique theming of like whoever's skipping the line to something a little bit better. And I do have some good things prepared for that, thankfully. Do you guys still recognize me? Hi, Hoshi. Oh my gosh, TV Head! Skipping the line also. Hi, TV Head, I do actually have your design downloaded also. Congrats! TV Head, I don't know if you're quite TV, but yeah, we'll put you in. You're ready? Okay, we'll go after. Yeah. We'll put you right after. I have you designed or downloaded already because you're in the non-human crits folder, so I'll grab you in a second. I don't have your details, though, quite ready yet. Yay, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. Congrats on line skipping. Let's see. TV Head. I'm writing you down just so that I don't forget in 10 minutes. When this one's, over. But yeah, congrats on line skip. Yay! Does adding purple to this hair make the hair multicolored? It does make the hair multicolored. I guess you can check that box if you want to. Yeah, there are twin tails on this design. I haven't scaled anything up. No, there is a big hood, which I qualify as a big hat, though. Mishmatch socks is here. Hair is multicolored. Ooh, this is asymmetrical. Not a mushroom, though. Okay. Bam. I'm making good progress towards a bingo. Already. We'll take it. Getting the steps in. Oh, enjoy your walking. But yeah, little subtle purple undertone. Do you see how that's activating those areas of the design in such a cute way, too? It just helps a little bit. It adds some color depth. Color depth. Non-human coming soon? Yeah, we'll have a non-human after this one. You're almost chibi. I guess the proportion of TV head is pretty big compared to the body. But yeah, so a little bit of purple in the undertones just to add some interest to the color palette. But the palette's not bad by any means. I just think we just need that little nudge, maybe. Otherwise, I do think that you will benefit a bit from having some drop shadows, but I'm going to make an educated guess that you just don't have them yet in this version. This seems like a sketch, so I'm going to guess that in the full version of this design, you probably have some drop shadows somewhere, just to clarify the edge of like, oh, this ribbon against a sleeve, or the hair, these little pieces of the hair against the shoulders, or things like that. But honestly, it's not too bad. It's a very quick fix there. For silhouette, I'm going to be grading the silhouette of this version of the design. I think these pigtails add so much for you that without them, you just really, you feel like you're missing something. The other thing I wanted to guess about this concept is that I think you might be doing a Red Riding Hood concept, but I'm not certain. You're wearing red, you're wearing a hood, and you've got ears, like maybe you're the wolf, so you're like the whole story all in one, maybe? Is anyone else seeing that? Maybe I'm off base, but that's maybe some of the references that are being made here, perhaps. But let me just like... Is that all the gaps? I think that might be all of them. Yeah, okay. Color over all this. There we go. Here's our silhouette test. So, do you see how the pigtails are doing so much of the silhouette here? This silhouette, I'm not going to say that it's non-distinct, but it kind of is. The frill at the bottom edge of the hood adds something. You do feel like you just have a big animal head in this version, but like, your clothing is being sort of contained by your arms, so we're not getting a lot of negative space in there to make it clear who you are. And you do have a lot of motifs, but they're not really making it to the outer edge of the design. Pigtails are peaked. The non-pigtails feels like a mascot. It does kind of feel like a, what do you call it? Just like a kimono mimi, like onesie a little bit here. But the pigtails add so much to your silhouette here. Also, for the fact that your design is decently asymmetrical, a lot of it isn't reaching your silhouette, so you may want to exaggerate a couple elements a little bit more. You've got this cute bow on top of your head. You already have a giant one on your waist, too. But, like, you could go... remove those parts. Oh, I removed too much. Hang on. Wait. I gotta work on my accuracy a little bit here. There we go. Just make them a little bigger. Make them break that outside edge a little bit. You don't have to make it huge, but I'm just trying to make it so that, like, this arc touches the outer edge of the design a little bit. You could do something similar with the bow down here if you wanted to. Your sleeves are sort of covering things right now in your body, but you could exaggerate the width of your sleeves a little bit more too, where you could make them even narrower, where they go under your capelet. Or you could make your capelet just flay out a little bit more too, just so we're getting a little bit more contrast in this area. Perhaps, but like, you don't necessarily 100%, 1000% have to do this. You could even flare your sleeves out a little bit more if you wanna. More exaggeration. Always good. How many critiques have we done so far? This is the first one. Pigtails are peaked. The non-pigtails, yeah, feels like a mascot. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So, a little bit more exaggeration in your silhouette, perhaps. If you needed EG scales of an accessory, I did. I needed it also, and that's not why I did it. We needed to do it anyway. But, yeah, silhouette, not bad. The pigtails are important, though. I do think that the pigtails version is much stronger. So I'll put you, like, here. Make sure you push elements to the outer edge of the design. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail here is fine. Heart motif is well used. It is in your hair. It's in your hair again. It's in your hair in different ways. It's both in the shape of your hair, in the pigtails, like the braided part of it, and the little curly ends, and it's in the dye of your hair. It's on your socks, it's on your little half skirt, it's in your buttons, it's on the center of your scarf / bow. I think it's well executed throughout. Then you also have polka dots as a repeating motif as well, where you have them on your shawl / capelet, you have them on your hood, you have them inside your ears. You've got little circles down the side of your socks, that's good. And then the ruffles also add just like a nice little bit of detail without being too overwhelming. I do think you would be benefited from colored line art for your ruffles. This is a trick that I'm a big fan of recently, which is that, you know, if you are doing internal line art for something, it doesn't have to be as dark as external line art because it's just trying to, you know, describe a little bit of an edge. But when it's internal, you know, it doesn't have to be so dark. So like you could make it like this instead of black. I might have even made that darker than I needed to. Maybe it would need to be like here. But then this will make it feel like a little bit less overwhelming in the level of detail, just because it's less contrast, potentially. Oh, hi, Al. How are you? Thank you for spanning me. I needed to stretch my neck out a little bit. First, I'm playing bingo. That doesn't count as hood? Oh, a hoodie? Hoodie is like a sweatshirt with a hood on it. You know, the ones with like a drawstring and like a front center pocket or something like that? That's a hoodie. I counted this as big hat, though, because it is a big thing being worn on the head that is quite exaggerated. That would be how I would count this. Ooh, yeah. Level of detail, fine to me. I don't really have much of an issue with it. Just be careful with how intense your ruffles feel. Focal point. I think this may be one of the struggles happening with this design a little bit. I think there's just a lot more contrast happening in the skirt, and there's so much detail happening in the center of the body. Therefore, this ends up being more focal than the face does. The little curly Q in the hair is helping, and I feel like a little bit of shadow under the hair might also help, and a sweeping gradient might help. But it's just the fact that there's the brightest color in the greatest quantity right here, and then also the darkest color in the greatest quantity also right here in this region. Is this a contender for light hair and pale skin? Not really. Light hair, pale skin is when you have white hair and pale skin, or like really bright blonde hair and pale skin. This has enough separation in hue and value that I don't think I would call it that necessarily here. Sockless leg is a bit distracting to me personally. It is a little distracting to me also. I wonder if we just need an asymmetrical sock choice on this leg, where like you could still have a pink sock that maybe comes to the knee, so that way we're still getting asymmetry out of it, but it's just not the exact same sock. So like, let me fill this in just a little bit. There we go. We'll see how that looks and see if that helps a little bit. What if purple sock? We could use the purple that I've used in other places also for the sock, although that might create such a big area of the purple that it might be kind of distracting. Let's see. Honestly, that's not too bad. If we want a little bit more variety. I was gonna say that this sock could maybe be like vertically ribbed, or it could have like the polka dot pattern on it sort of suddenly, or not suddenly, subtly. It might need something to activate it, but yeah, the purple's not a bad idea. You could try the purple if you wanted to. It'd need a little bit more work to make it like mesh properly. Sock with polka dot. Sock could also be polka dot. Let's see, it could be both. Why not both? Although polka dot might be a little bit overwhelming. The polka dots also elsewhere like really evenly distributed, and mine aren't really all that evenly distributed. If I make it like that, it might be less distracting. That still seems a little bit intense to me. I'd want the shoe bows to be bigger, so the edges poke out the side of the design. Be super cute to exaggerate that detail. I'm with you. I will never say no to more exaggeration, except for last week when for some reason I was de-emphasizing things on shoes because I think I was replaced by an alien. What happened to past EG? Big giant shoe bow! I gotta erase this little bit in here too. Let's get another big giant shoe bow. Bam. Grab that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh! Grading a pink and a gray like the hair so it doesn't become focal. Ah, we could do it that way maybe also too. I could airbrush some of the pink down on here too. We're just increasing the detail on this sock a good bit. Honestly, it may just be okay being gradient. Hi Nissa, hi Mizu. Also, thank you for being here. First time catching a stream in a while, always during class. No! I hope your schedule next semester makes it easier for you, but hi, welcome back, Minkami. We're happy to have you here as always. Also, for focal point, I do think that we may just need more of this darker pink around the head, perhaps. So, like, you have a little bit there. You could just make the underside of your bangs darker, where it sort of transitions into that area over there. That might help a little bit. If we just had a little bit more of this happening. Your eyebrows could probably also use to be that darker color so we can see them in your hair a little bit easier. And then also, your skirt with a little bit of shading probably won't be as intense. So like if I grab this and give it like a nice cool undertone shade and put it like here. Hello? Oh, this is under where I copied and pasted the skirt. That's why. Whap. Like this. And then I'll airbrush it out when it gets closer to the top. But that might be all it takes just to make the face a bit more focal. Whap. There we go. So it's not just so pure white. I think that helped a good bit. Now the head is kind of framed by the hair. The hair creates lines that bring us into the face also. There's enough dark values around the face. I think that works for me. Super Nintendo Land. What? What is that about Super Nintendo Land? Need a shower, we'll be back soon. Enjoy your shower, Nano. I took a shower immediately before going to shovel snow, and that was not in my top 10 smartest decisions, because I did break a little bit of a sweat. Want to head pat this creature? Honestly, understandable. So, focal point, not completely your face. Your face is doing some things to attempt to be focal. You've got good elements creating lines of sight, or not lines of sight, creating like directional movement towards your face in the design, but we can do a little bit more to make your face focal. No, the actual Super Nintendo Land. Oh my gosh, have fun in Super Nintendo Land. Dag, I want to go to Nintendo Land. Where is Nintendo Land? Concept and motifs. I think that the intent of this concept is to be a Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf design that is also maybe somewhat Lolita fashion inspired. There's a heart motif. I think I'm picking up all the elements that we are supposed to at Nintendo. I'm at soup right now. I gotta work on being at Nintendo. But I do think I'm getting all the concept angles that we need to be. Also, you thought I was gonna not draw a ladder, and I kept you in suspense that whole time because you really wanted to check that box on your bingos, but don't worry, you don't get to check that box right now. Let's see. Meet, 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 meet. This is diagonal. Wah, 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 wah. Diagonal. I don't even know how to draw the one for this bow. Honestly, I might not even need a diagonal for the bow. Top of the head, top of the ears, top of this part of the head. Oh, did I miss any? That one's not really lined up very nicely, but that's okay. We understand that that's what it's supposed to be. It's really close enough. Yeah. This is the ladder. Would anyone like to volunteer to climb that? Universal Studios Hollywood, Epic Universe, and USJ. Whoa. Man, okay. Hoshi's get some travels in, huh? Yeah, dangerous ladders. You're not gonna volunteer? Ree is volunteering to climb it. Ree, if you really want to climb it, go for it. I'll let you try it. But what we have here is a lot of broken rungs, which is what we want to see. We have some clustering, mostly in the upper body, which is also what we want to see. Variety in sizes of gaps between rungs on the ladder. This is great. If it's EGL inspired, I wonder if Milky Chan the Fawn was an inspiration. I don't know what is EGL? I don't know what EGL is. But maybe. They didn't really give us any, or he didn't give us any details about inspirations or concepts, so I'm just being left to guess. But as far as my guesses go, I think we're managing to be relatively accurate. So this design is in the thumbnail, so it does go on the fridge for personal taste reasons. Oh, EGL is Lolita fashion? I didn't know that was the abbreviation for it. What does that stand for? What are the letters? Milky Chan the Fawn. Interesting. I want to Google what that is. Milky Chan the Fawn. Yeah, fawn. Bam. Hi, Grey Lakes. Milky Chan the Fawn. Oh, yeah, cute little hearts and spots. I could see it. I could definitely see that being an influence for the style. Elegant gothic Lolita. Oh, really specifically the longer skirts and darker, less cute themes though. So people still use it interchangeably to avoid saying Lolita. Oh, I see. Platforms censor the fashion name because of the book. All right. I see, okay. There is nothing wrong with Lolita fashion being called Lolita fashion. The book also exists for an important reason. Some Lolitas use it to avoid association with that book. That book is still an important piece of literature. It's covering something that is unsavory, and it is not something that we are supposed to look on fondly. But that book is still kind of an important piece of literature, because it is meant to horrify you and disgust you. People who enjoy it are definitely not following, they're not understanding the book properly, but that does suck that that is the reason people are familiar with the word Lolita, though. What can you do? Anyways, what is our grade here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.5 out of 10? Hell yeah, what a way to get started. That's a good score to start the day off with. Wow. Almost perfect score, pretty close. Yeah. Definitely just comes from a different place. Yeah, it definitely does. It's been on my reading list for a while, yeah. Which book? The Mockingbird one? The book Lolita. Yeah. Reading Lolita in public and shaking my head the whole time to indicate I don't agree with the character but understand the themes and messaging. Yeah. That is one of those books that would be quite interesting to encounter somebody reading out in the wild. I would assume that most people who I see reading the book in the wild, though, are reading it because, yeah, we're understanding the themes. Characterization and themes. Oh boy. But yeah, hey, can we get a round of applause? I see you already clapping, but can we get more of a round of applause for Burrs, please? This design is very cute. Super aggravated about people who wear Lolita in public. That, I think, is a little over the top. That's a little too much. Y'all gotta calm down. But thank you, Burrs, for submitting your design for critique for us. Congrats on your 9.5 out of 10. You are very cute. As you saw, the Shroomates do agree with me very thoroughly. Wahoo! Let me make sure. Oh yeah, this is a Clip Studio format. There we go. Perfect. Let me see if I have the most recent version of TV Head, because you did skip the line and you are in fact next. Nope. Give me this name. TV Head, is your name just TV? It might just be TV. Let me see. Yes, TV Head. Yes. Okay, there we go. Yeah, good thing I checked. I don't know if I have the most recent one. Let me grab this. Because nobody minds their own business. That's true. Nobody does mind their own business. Sometimes. Bam. Alright, let me download you. TV Head, I'm going to take you off this bright green background because it's just a little potentially eye-fatiguing. Where's my skip the line folder? There we go. Nice. Oh, spoiler. We'll look at this one after. Spoiler. Hang on, let me find my folder. Skip the line. TV Head. This background is a little intense. So I'm gonna go like this. Select color gamut. Let's see if this works very well. Oh, nope. It would work better if I was on the correct layer. Select color gamut green, because I don't think that green's in the actual design itself. No. Okay. And I'm gonna give you like a nice neutral. Bam. See, I might need to make it a little darker. Actually, I could just grab the background here. Why can't I select the color of the background? Hello? There we go. I already knew what you looked like because Billy made your design, so I was very familiar with your... Oh, my selection was not great. Hang on. Let me expand it by like 1. So you don't have a green fringe around you. There we go. Clean that up. TV time! This is true. Mostly only chronically online people get upset. In public, you get grannies saying how cute you are and they love it. Random tourists taking pictures. Yeah, that's true. I had some students who wore Lolita fashion, and generally it was very well received. What? It's lying to me. Do you see this when I zoom out? It puts a green edge around everything, but when I zoom in, there's no green. It's not there. Liar. Is this character coming straight from your house? From my house? No. Oh, wow. I'm lagging. Why am I lagging? Hang on. How big is this? 8K canvas! Hey, this is a big canvas. I'm reducing you. Sorry, you gotta get shrunk to 6,000. So my computer doesn't get upset. Oh, they're making Deltarune references? Ah, I see. I don't know that. Are they groovy but never gloopy? I don't know what any of you were saying. So, let me grab the details also about this character, just so I can stick them in here somewhere. I'll put them in white. But this is TV, she/they. Oh, I should have done this before. I don't actually need this palette here. I'm going to cover it for now, although I may bring it back at some point just to grab things from. There we go. I'm going to put your details here so that we know who you are. So this is TV, she/they, at T_V_head_. I'd imagine that's not a very easy name to receive on platforms, so congrats on that also. This also looks like a funny little ghast-faced almost a little bit. Very familiar? Yeah, very familiar, probably because TV Head is a Shroomate and participated in the Secret Santa. Billy made a 3D model of this for the Secret Santa. And this may also be somewhere in the Discord server, I can't remember. This may be somewhere in the critique area. But let's see. Can I fit this in here? I may have not made the smartest decision with where I'm putting this. I should have probably moved this over. But that's okay. You live and you learn. What? Might shrink the text a little bit more too. Oh, that's not so bad. Let me shrink the text like 1 or 2 point. Maybe one more. Come on, you got this. Come on, just one more. Oh, come on, just get off that finger. Come on. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Align these so that I don't have a cow. Bam. And we're good. And we're in. Top 10 smartest decisions of all time. Whose decision? Which one? What decision? My decision? Your decision? TV Head's decision? This is TV Head. For my concept, I'm an entity that lives within an old TV. It shows itself in a kid's show-like appearance to put viewers into a trance when the TV is plugged in and used. Some songs I really associate with them are the Vocaloid songs Memorizer and Static. My main thing is finding a way to break the symmetry up a little more. Overall, I'm very happy with the design, but I feel I could be better with an outfit. I'm also very interested to see if you can figure out the color palette inspo. I just covered the color palette. Whoops. Color palette inspo. Color palette inspo. Static mention. You guys are all very excited about Vocaloid. Panic and Static. It is like, those are good songs. They are good Vocaloid songs. Do these have to do with those animations colors, I wonder? Could be. Mainly the sweater. The sweater? The sweater's white. Or do you mean the cuffs down here? I'm not sure I'll get the reference, potentially. Is the color calibration images used on old TVs? That's what I was getting from these parts, the trim. But if there was something more than that, I'm not sure if I would be reading that. Love Vocaloid? Yeah, Vocaloid's good. I've been a Vocaloid fan since like 2013. Early days. CRTs? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yep, okay, I think we got it right about the color calibration images. Or like the images that are used when the TV is offline and stuff like that. I see that. So, generally, first off, I do think that you've done a good job with the antennas, making them visually interesting and add to the silhouette. They do almost feel like hair, which is interesting, or like a microphone, which is fun. But you're right that that is really the only moment of asymmetry in the design. And you did say something about worrying about the clothing needing to be more interesting. I would suggest to you that you go find some clothing references, because I do think that this design right now is struggling a little bit, in the sense that if I were to picture in my head boots, those are the boots I'd picture in my head. If I were to picture in my head like a trench coat, it'd be that. If I were to picture in my head a collared shirt, it's that. Like, we could take some of these elements and make them more specific to you, Or we could just find more specific garments that already exist out there. I have a folder, or not a folder, I have a Pinterest board that is called Elevated Basics that I use frequently in critiques for like when I'm doing the asynchronous or like offline ones, the ones that I don't do live on stream. And if you are curious as to wanting to find maybe like a jacket or a pair of pants that is still like, you know, not that overly designed of a pair of pants, not something that is like, you know, all that hard leaning into a particular fashion sense, I may be able to help you there. But it may also still benefit you to find a specific fashions, like, sense that you resonate with. If there's a particular trend in fashion or like aesthetic style that you enjoy, you may benefit from drawing some things from that. I'm trying to find my folder right now. Where's my pin board? Where's Elevated Basics? Where is it? Hello? Have I not added to it in a minute? That can't be true. I've added to it recently. Where is it? Idol, musician, magical girl, snowy, celestial. You can tell I was doing Miku research because it's idol, musician, magical girl, snowy in that order. Maid, insect, artist, hair, Minecraft, Lolita. Oh, here it is. Elevated Basics. Bam. I'm going to paste it in here if you would like to see it. Yes, fashion research would be my suggestion because I don't know particular fashion elements may speak to you. Because, yeah, we could do asymmetrical things with the clothing that already exists, like putting it off one shoulder or, you know, adding asymmetry that way. But I do feel like you could get more mileage out of just picking different garments here. There may be boots that are something that could tell us more about the design, or there may be something we can do to the pants to make them tell us more about the design, or the jacket. And you don't have to change all of those elements. Maybe only one of them. Generic style of boots, pants, shirt, and cardigan. I wasn't actually reading this as a cardigan either necessarily. I see that it's fluffy around the edges, but some sort of like knit pattern may help maybe. And a lot of cardigans don't tend to be as like tight in the waist. They tend to be baggy, where they hold their weight at the bottom. They tend to be pretty rounded. So we may have to play with the shape language to do that. Does this count as referencing Miku? We did mention Miku. We talked about her Vocaloid songs. That would qualify. Wonder if like a late night / talk show / game host fashion might help. Tends to have a very particular look. That's true. Also, you mentioned that the show itself is a kid's show in appearance. So you may want to look at the way people dress when they are in children's shows. So like if you were to look at like Steve from Blue's Clues, or I think of other humans that are in children's shows, there may be some examples you could find of like clear color blocked clothing. Yeah, Mr. Rogers wore his he also wore like very cozy, comfy clothing in particular colors that were usually, I think, kind of earthy. But you may be able to figure out a trend from that as well to inform the fashion. But generally, I do think you need more specific fashion choices. I think I also have a board I can send here if you would like it that is just shoes also. I don't know if I have a pants one, but I have a shoe board. I don't know if I actually have a lot of boots in the board right now. I think it's mostly just sneakers. Oh, wait, but this is a good reference for boots. This artist makes phenomenal references for things. Look at all these boots. Do you see how specific these boots are? This boot is really wide at the top and narrow at the ankle, and it has all these little belts around it. This boot has a tie around here and then buttons up the side of it here. These socks have interesting designs. This is one of those boots that feels like it's folded over at the top. This is like a more skin-tight boot. And just like as I've clicked into this, I'm seeing like references for like a ton more. This artist is fantastic. This person, whoever bookmarked this or stuck it in Pinterest, was rude and evil because I cropped out the cat or the credit. This is by it's like their name is, I think, Hatsuka? Their name's Hatsuka on Twitter. Let me find them. I follow them. Will that work? Yeah, Hatsuka5525 is the person who makes all of these, and they are incredible references, especially for like stuff that is like somewhat Lolita inspired. But like, man, like bam! Look at this. Look at all these sleeves. Look at all these sleeve options. If you just scroll through their account, they have millions of these. Literally, genuinely, they have so many. But they're also just a fantastic illustrator too. So that could be helpful to you to find some specific boot shapes, find some specific sleeve shapes, find specific pants shapes, things like that. I think that'll help you to be more distinct, but that is going to come down to what your particular, like, personal interests are in fashion. They have a book with a bunch of designs, too. It might only be in Japanese. Yeah, I saw their book. I don't know if they do have an English release, you're right. They also may not have a release that is for people who live in places that are not Japan, also. Potentially. Yeah. But, yeah. Could add the colors as a neckline trim on the cardigan as well. Just don't know how to have it not take visual interest away from the face. That is fair. I will say that the idea of adding the sort of like color references to those sort of calibration images is a clever idea, but I'm not sure it's been executed in a way that makes it very clear to a viewer. If you hadn't prompted me to look for it, I may have realized that's what was going on, because we don't tend to see those colors much elsewhere. But it's been incorporated in a somewhat, like, minor way, where I feel like it could be a bigger part of the design. Let me look at those color calibration images. TV, whoops. Oh! Calibration. High air conditioning unit. TV calibration image. Yeah. Okay. So the bottom edge trim, I think, is a very clear, direct reference, but I do agree that maybe you could take it around up the sides, too. And you do have a limited part of the palette, too, which I think is helping also, but, like, let me grab this and, like, inchworm it up the sides just a little bit so we can try it. We may need to add some more inches around your head to offset it. But I do think you would benefit from just a little bit more detail, because aside from your clothing not feeling super specific, you are very gray-toned also, and you don't have all that much detail either, which for a children's TV show character is not out of the ordinary, but I do think that either you need more detail or you just need more specific details in order to have the visual interest that you will need if this is a VTuber or a character that is going to be, like, in some piece of media. Yeah, no. Let me see. I'm just gonna do this, like, I guess, kind of quickly. If only I could count, I would do this in a way that was more effective. Pink, blue. Pink, blue. Pink, gray, blue. Pink, gray. No blue up there. Okay. There we go. Get my pinks in. So that one's pink, and that one's pink, and then the gray. There we go. So that might help a little bit. Good morning / midday. Thank you. Good morning to you too. So I think that is adding some interest. Honestly, that's making this a little bit clearer that it's a cardigan to me as well. I think the bottom ends of your sleeves, using a different part of that color calibration image, is taking away from its harmony a little bit right now, so you may want to find another part of the design to stick those colors in, where if this one garment is just referencing the blue, the pink, that gray, that might work a little bit better for harmony, and maybe you have the other colors as a reference somewhere else. It does seem like in the calibration images, the red, blue, yellow part is usually below the thinner bands that that swap between being black and a color. So, like, maybe that would be something that shows up on your boots somewhere, or just somewhere else throughout. Yeah. Having that earlier on the PC, that was just a me thing? Twitch Mobile's having a hard time? Oh, weird. Uh-oh. I wonder why that is. I found out that last Monday, the reason why Stream Elements and a bunch of other things weren't working was because YouTube was, like, partially somewhat down. There was a whole thing that happened that I'm not going to get into that occurred on YouTube last Monday, but it actually wasn't my fault or to do with any of my programs why YouTube chat wasn't working and why, yeah, other things weren't working, unfortunately. Oh. Hang on. Wait, is my YouTube chat pulling from the wrong place right now, or can I just not see that message? What? That's so weird. Hang on. Famous kids show host with very fashionable clothing back in the 80s. It's vintage, but you were wearing cute outfits, I think? Mothma, where are you? Are you on a different video? Why is it not pulling from my live stream right now? Is it pulling from my schedule? That's so weird. That has never happened before. Can't comprehend. slightly strange things occurring. But yeah, so for the clothing, fashion research, for sure. Your head is very specific, but your clothing could use to be a good bit more specific. Your hair or your antennas are adding to your silhouette, but I do think that making those changes to your clothing will help to make you less symmetrical and more visually identifiable in silhouette. However, your antennas are quite specific, and the fact that your head floats is doing a lot for you, and is doing a lot to make you more recognizable, so I don't think it's lost right now, but when this increases, this will also increase. For color palette, I think you'd have put yourself in a bit of a difficult position with color palette, in that those TV calibration images tend to be a little bit hard to look at. They're really bright, and working with that many colors in a palette can be kind of tough. And then sort of like along with that, the other colors that are chosen to support them don't seem to be jiving with them all that well. The color that's used for like almost the skin tone is very mustard-y, and it's low in saturation compared to the rest of the design. And it's very, like, it's got a yellow undertone that I'm not sure is jiving super well with the purple. So we may want to see if we can hue shift this. I don't want to make the tone any lighter, but I wonder if I can play with the saturation and, let's see, the hue layer, correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. There we go. So hue maybe a little bit more orange. I wonder if the saturation needs to go up, although maybe I could pull it down. Maybe it needs to just be something that feels a little bit more like its skin tone. It felt a little too yellowy. Not from your schedule. Really, where is it from? No idea what's going on? Where are you? Mafia Balls, are you in my YouTube chat for this? Is my YouTube just not loading? Can I not see my YouTube chat currently up in an updated manner? Let me refresh the page. No, I can't see it. What? Where are you? That's so weird. My YouTube chat hasn't updated since the Great Griselda said something about the Japanese book. Yeah, it's been really glitchy, and it's continuing to be glitchy. TBH, so far I'm quite happy with this info. These are easy changes for the 3D. That's good. The skin tone has hurt me the most. Person of color, but also rather pale, while getting about darker of the summer. My family calls me a chameleon. Oh man, I don't want to change the value of your skin, but I do think it's just the undertone that needed to be changed a little bit. The sort of like yellowy undertone, I'm not sure was jiving all that well with the purples and blues you had chosen. I think this is working a little bit better maybe for me perhaps, but that could also just be a personal thing. I've noticed that in anime style illustrations, skin tones can be pretty yellow in undertone in a way that I end up being bugged by, but it's so common that I think that it might just be a me thing. So just, like, take that with a grain of salt and or sand, maybe, if you would want to. No idea what's going on. I'm on YouTube. I figure you're on YouTube, but oh man, that's so weird. I can't see you other than in the chat overlay. So I'll keep an eye out for the chat overlay, but it's just not putting them where I can see them otherwise. How odd. How strange. Interesting. Okay, so then sort of going throughout other aspects, you do have a lot of detail in your eyes. I do think that for the level of detail in the rest of the design, your eyes don't need to be quite this detailed. It's a little bit overwhelming. I was going to ask if maybe your eyes could potentially reference some of the other TV calibration elements. There are circles that are used in those calibration images. Let me just grab one. Like here's one. It's a stock photo of one. Whoops, I copied the image address instead of the actual image. There we go. You could use something that's like these little circles that are very dark. You could use these circles that have all the colors inside of them, but then they're making a more direct reference to those color calibration images, and that might help to guide people in their mind towards thinking about the trim that is being used on other parts of your clothing. Similarly, it seems like a lot of these calibration images also use a grid in the background, and I wonder if that could also be just like a nice way to add some subtle interest to your clothing. If you just had a subtle grid pattern in your clothing too. Where if, let me just see. Multiply. Nope. Make a new layer, EG. Come on. Wrong layer, Kronk. Draw. There we go. That's probably a little bit dark. Doesn't have to be very dark, but you could replicate it. Although it seems like these are a blue color. You could use this blue color also maybe too. Because I will say the other thing that's happening here is that you are completely gray. There's not a color undertone happening here. And I get that maybe that is a reference to those calibration images not having color undertone, but I think it is still holding the design back a little bit. So let me... Oh my gosh, wrong layer, EG. Please, please, EG, make new layers. Please, come on. This color. There we go. It's already somewhat within your palette too. You have some blues and purples already. It doesn't have to be super strong, but I do think like some sort of like narrow light colored stripe instead of multiply. Give me just a lighter color. Normal. There we go. I got this. Oh, my music's ended. Come back, music. The coat being the blue grid. The coat could also be the blue grid, but having the coat also have a blue grid and have that trim might just be a little bit too much. Honestly, this might be a thicker line for the grid than would be fantastic, but just so we can see the sort of general idea of it. And then, yeah, I do think that the cardigan may also benefit from being darker, too. Then, let's see. Because you are somewhat mid-tone heavy, too. That's going to be too dark. I don't want to lose you against my background, but I might have to push it to, like, this color. This will also reduce the contrast of those dark bits on the edges of the cardigan. So that will also probably help to keep your face a little bit more focal, too. There we go. We're also distributing this dark color that was only in your shoes a little bit more. I think that's helping. I think it's moving in the right direction. Gray makes me think backstage. Oh, interesting. Small circles would be cool. You can have the smallest circle be the iris. Yeah, you could. But yeah, I think this might work better as eyes, because your eyes are just a little bit more detailed than what we would expect from a child's cartoon, and also just for this otherwise somewhat simplified style. So you could still have like color maybe underneath instead of those areas being white, but then also making them really black would potentially also make your eyes pretty focal too. Ooh. The inside of your mouth color, I know it's referencing this color here, but that with the red is also quite bold. There's something there that is not still quite jiving right to me, and I'm wondering if I'm just gonna change that to being the color of your shirt, so we can still tell it's not a normal white. Let me see if I can just replicate colors that are already in the palette for harmony's sake. Yeah, that has a little bit more harmony. It's not making your head less focal either. Find the teeth hard to read against the mouth. That might be because there's not a lot of value difference between them. I get that you're trying to go for sort of like an otherworldly look, but yeah, it may benefit you to make the teeth just brighter. Let's see. Add glow. Nope, wrong layer, e.g. Good work. Why can't I make a new layer properly today? Every time I hit the new layer button, it just doesn't listen to me. There we go. A little brighter. Or alternatively, you could darken the inside of the mouth, because the inside of the mouth would be in shadow, unless the mouth is emitting light. Honestly, doing some of both might not be a bad idea also. Hi, Rusty. Just learn the hard way not to look at the toad cup without their cap. Oh, Toad's bald head. Sorry. Sorry to witness Toad's bald head. Do I have wrong layer, e.g.? Because I've done it like 6 times. I don't have it. What is this nonsense? Come on! No! I don't have any of the things I've... Wow. Nothing. Man. Maybe I won't get bingo today. But I think this is more harmony. I think I'm reading some of the elements more clearly. The texture is adding some interest to the clothing. It seems to be working in the right direction right now. If that was a toggle to the pupil, that would be so cool too. Oh, that could be a fun toggle also, I agree. That's so weird. Why? Wait, I can see. Maybe my YouTube chat's working now? Brighten the inside of the mouth instead so the teeth stay darker. We could do that alternatively also. Normal, add glow. bam. But then we won't have, like, the color inside of the mouth either. There we go. You could do either. Depends on what you want to remain colored. I thought the inside of the mouth might be more important to stay a color than the teeth, but it is up to you. Depends on how otherworldly you want this character to feel. And they're gonna feel more monstrous and intimidating.
Country roads.
Let's go! Hi, Leroy. Some lead. Mario! I love that one. I haven't heard that in so long. Okie dokie! Here we go! Wow! Mario! I love country toads. Will that cause demonetized? Nope, it doesn't catch that one. Because the only part of it that is, the original is like the very small intro part, and it's less than 5 seconds, so YouTube doesn't tend to catch it. We've had it happen before, and it's been fine. But yeah, okay. Clarity, yup. Yeah, okay. Me continue grading. So, color. I think that there are some color harmony troubles happening right now. The skin undertone wasn't working all that well. Same with the inside of the mouth. You may want to change the value of the jacket. So I'm gonna put you there. Actually I might, well, it doesn't need to be totally revisited, but I am changing the color of almost everything right now. I changed the color of the skin tone, I changed the jacket, which is a big part of the design, I changed the shirt, I added the trim. That's a lot of changes, so we may want to do somewhat of an overhaul of some of the colors. The focal point is your head, though. Your head does outcompete everything, because there's more detail in your eyes than anywhere else in the design. There's asymmetry here that we don't see anywhere else. Your eyelashes are really nice and dark, and your eyelids are nice and saturated too. So that's all helping to make your face really focal. The fact that your head is floating also causes it to stand out in your silhouette too. So those are all good decisions. And then for concept and motifs, I think we can push things just a little bit further. So once you make some of those fashion changes, that'll probably help. If you dress in a way that is more aligned with like a children's TV show host or character, that will probably help. If you add those little pupils from these things, that might make it clearer that the trim of your jacket is referencing the color calibration, similar with the pattern. We can just push some of the elements a bit further, I think. So I see what you're going for, and the TV angle of your head is very clear. I see that. I can tell what you are. I can tell you're not human very easily. But I think we can get some more mileage out of it. I think we can make you a little more distinct in your concept. But yeah, I think that is what I have for you. Was there any more questions here? See if you can figure out the color palette inspo. Break the symmetry up a little bit more. I think that's going to come from the choices in clothing once you modify them. But yeah, I think that's all I have for that. Perhaps. Let me do a little math, but I'll keep an eye out in case you have another question or anything. But 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 10? Right in the middle of the road. This rubric does sound kind of harsh sometimes. A 5 out of 10 does not sound like the greatest of grades, but that means you're about in the middle. A 5 out of 10 on this rubric is average, which is not a bad place to be. We can push you so that you'll be above average, potentially. But 5 out of 10 is not a bad place to be. Any accessory ideas? Look, you want to add someone bad at fashion. Accessory ideas. Accessories that relate to what the character does might be good. So like, what would a children's show host have? Like, they may have their like notebook and their pencil, because children's show hosts often are doing some educational. Yeah, a fancy microphone that they're talking into might help also if they're more of just like a host than they are just a children's show host. Any memorabilia that would relate to maybe what's being taught on that show. Most children's shows are educational. So therefore, if you had things that are like, oh, here's like my funny little numbers I hang on to, or like, here's my over-the-shoulder bag that's shaped like the letter T or V because your name is TV Head, or something like that could be good. Let me think for a second also. Like the notebook, almost like a Blue's Clues notebook. Yeah! And it could be something that is another one of those like references to the TV calibration images. Proper ruler instead of grading on a curve. Or yeah, proper rubric. Yeah, rubric I think is kind of proper, maybe. Actual Danish butter cookie bag. Oh, that is fun. I don't know if that would work for this, but that's fun just like as a bag. But yeah, like a shaped notebook could be cute if it's shaped like something educational or related to the TV aesthetic. But yeah, things like that. I wonder if you could also like hang something around the antenna in a way that feels like an earring. That might be kind of fun. That'd be kind of silly, but it might also be kind of fun. If your belt buckle was shaped a certain way, that would make that accessory more unique. But yeah, those kinds of things. A bag similar to the WinRAR bag? Yeah! Oh, that could be interesting too. That could be interesting too. But yeah, generally, if you can find, you know, something that is related to like these TV calibration images, see if they make accessories that are inspired by these already, because you could find some inspiration there maybe also. But yeah. Yeah. Good work, TV Head! Also, congrats on your line skip! Thank you. Love Blue's Clues, and a notebook will be needed. Mom has pictures of me with my little notebook in an inflatable thinking chair. Oh my god, that's so cute. That is very cute. But yeah, congrats! Shroomates, can we get a round of applause, please, for TV? If you would be so kind, I say, as if I can't clap with my own hands as I should. Bam. Slightly rounded notebook with an antenna for TV shape. Yeah, that could be cute. They could use almost like the antenna to do like spiral bounding too, I wonder, maybe. I wonder if that would be something that would make sense or work. Or like if the notebook was shaped like a TV remote also, that could be kind of fun. Yeah. TV remote side bag? Yeah, that might be good. What other TV memorabilia could you use? There's probably some other things too, but yeah. Something in that department. I like you typing clap, 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 clap. I appreciate it. That's a good effort. Good to clap for each other. Bam! There we go. All right. Look at me go. That was 2 full crits in an hour. I'm doing pretty decent today. I'm on top of it. I will take a bite of my snack also. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. A TV guide bag or notebook, yeah, also would be probably pretty good. Although I don't know how many people would recognize what that is these days. But, like, I would recognize it. The, not so young generations would probably recognize it, but younger generations might not. Thank you for your time. I appreciate everyone's input greatly. Of course! I hope we can help you with it. Good luck in your designing. And your 3D modeling, since you said something about changing 3D models. Good luck! Belt keychains, shaped like little toys. Mothball balls, I don't know why, I think I just can't see you. This is so weird. Why can't I see just you? In the overlay, it's just you. YouTube's being so mean. Can someone else try and say something in the YouTube chat so I can see if it's just one person that for some reason YouTube is like not letting me see? Hi, Choco. Dearly. It's so weird. Oh, okay. Or lengthen my neck 2 months on it. That also works. Clippy chat. Okay, I see you in the chat. Am I the problem? No, I don't think you're a problem. But it is weird that you're the only one it's not capturing. I, like, can't see you for some reason. Oh, okay. Thanks, fellas. Got a couple of you. Okay. So it got all of you. It is just Mothma balls. I don't know why yours isn't showing up in my chat where I can see it, but I'll just keep an eye out in the overlay. It's so weird. How to apply to get a criticism too. Love watching your videos about character designs. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like them. Exclamation point critique. The free critiques have a bit of a queue, but you can submit your design to them if you would like. My chanting is not showing up either. Well, there might be a reason for that, Rex. It may be auto-modding that out. Yeah. Also, there are asynchronous critiques if you would like something quicker. There is a bit of a queue, though, for the ones that are done on stream. No more echo? On Twitch, am I real? Can't see bro in my chat either. How weird! I'm being censored! YouTube is mean! That is so mean! I don't know why it's doing that, because they can't see you either. That's so silly. I'm glad I can still tell you're here from the overlay, but that's weird. That's so peculiar. Just me side YouTube open? Oh, I see, okay. Not actually having echo. Back at 53k? Oh my god, Sandism, that's so much. Not sure what to use it for. I mean, you could skip the line for someone else if you want to, or you can skip it for yourself if you want to, or you could just, like, torture me a little or a lot if you want to. I don't know. I need to make more new redeems, that way we spend again. But let me keep us moving, because I'm kind of doing good with pacing right now. So this is Mist Mien, she/her at Mist Meanie. She is a zombie, not in the traditional sense. She died while visiting Japan to see her pen pal for the first time. The flower is the one controlling her body when her soul is not present in the body. Her soul is often in the in-between realm to have fun, occasionally going back into the body to see how things are going. The flower has gone through many situations regarding priests and priestesses trying to trap her multiple times and exorcise her, but it never worked. In the end, they only put a bell around her neck, wow, to warn hikers of the red spider lily yokai. Interesting. Do you like launching? You can do it more often. That's true. You could throw me into the sky more frequently if you want to. I wouldn't stop you. Actually, I can't stop you. But that is interesting. As a concept for this design, I do see the bell around the neck. I see the talismans on the rope around the bottom part of the design. Without the jacket on, it's clearer to see the way that the spider lilies are sort of like growing out of the body. But this like red spider webby stuff is really interesting. Blue flame horns remind me of Blue Exorcist. Yeah, a little bit. So this is when the soul is in the body. And this is when the soul is not in the body, I believe. And then this is the soul itself. I'm going to make a suggestion here, which is that I want you to look at the way that Soul Eater depicts souls. See if I can Google this. And have it not just show me Soul, the character from Soul Eater. Yeah, there we go. Soul Eater has a very interesting way of showing souls. They're kind of funny. They are almost like chibis of the characters themselves. I want to just a reference from the manga, though, because in the manga, they're a little more subtle. They're a little bit on the nose in the show. I guess this kind of works. But they, like, almost have little faces on them. And their shape references their hair a little bit, too. So that way it's clear. Oh, this is somebody's drawing of it. That's not even the original. I can't find the... Where... Hello? Are there not, like, screenshots of what they look like in the show or in the manga? This is so difficult. I can't find a good reference for it. These are all DeviantArt! I mean, they give us the right idea, because they are just fan art of the souls in the show. It's so difficult. The mini souls. You get the idea, though. They just do something interesting in their silhouette, and then they still have a face on them, so you can tell they're, like, an inhabited thing. And they usually reference maybe their hair or something else a little bit. So, like, this is Arachne. So she's got her little spider legs. Death's is shaped like a skull. Medusa has her whole hair going on a little bit. But you could probably do a little bit more with the soul. Live suggestions? What do you have in live suggestions for me? Ooh, my server's not loading. How weird. Let me see. Oh, I don't think that's an official image either, Selma. I think that's also fan art. I can't find it. Got you, EG? Is that real? Is that original, or is that also fan art? Because it might also be fan art. Potentially. But this soul is already moving in the right direction. It has almost like an eye to it and the ears. But I'm just wondering if there might be something we can do to more clearly depict the fact that this is a person's soul also. Because right now it feels like it might just be a rabbit's soul, maybe. Oh, hi, Astrium. Welcome back. I'm glad you could catch stream. Welcome back. The shape of the roots coming out of the spider lilies being replicated in this giant bow on the back is also very interesting. I fear that the color design isn't as interesting when the soul is inhabiting the body. I do think that some of the elements could just stay red, perhaps. Let me get a color layer back out here. Like, I understand the spider lilies turning blue because they no longer have influence. But I think that some of the red details on the clothing should stay red. You can leave the blue, or the bow blue. But honestly, I feel like you just need to distribute the red a little bit back into the sweater. Perhaps. Wishing got it? Oh, was it another one? Did we find a different one that's official? Oh, from the wiki? That's the official one for Maka and Soul. I wonder where the other ones are. I wonder why they're hard to find. It's so odd. Interesting. But there might be a way to design the soul up just a little bit more. There is some nice asymmetry coming from the flowers being distributed on the left and right sides of the body, the ahoge. There's asymmetry that doesn't break the silhouette and the patterning of the sleeve. But I do enjoy just a little bit of interest this is adding, because it's helping the sweater to feel more specific too. It's also repaired, so we can tell there's some wear and tear here. We've got patches, we've got sewing. That feels like it's handled in a way that's in line with the roots, and then does even become the roots in some places, which is interesting. The roots of these spider lilies have totally, truly infiltrated your body and all of your clothing. Like, it's creating pattern work on your pants also. I would say it's pretty well integrated. I think this bow is a little bit funny right now, the way that it's been applied, though. If your leg injury was tied up, these would probably be arcing down into it. This might just be a drawing thing, but I also just think it needs to be way bigger. Your design is so much more exaggerated everywhere else. It's just a little bit silly that this is so small. And then on the, like, full size, or not full size, on the version where you're wearing your pants that are full length, you could then have the bow just sort of hang out that gap. Right now we can just sort of, like, see it between. It could be much bigger and, like, sort of hanging out of there. Do we do a ladder on TV head? No! Curses! I said I wasn't gonna forget them so you guys couldn't win. This is not fair that you guys get to win bingo and I don't get anything that relates to bingo at all. There was no ladder, I did forget. Not sure how to ask without sounding crude. Would this in the first one be considered the I have to pee pose? It would be. The I have to pee pose is just when the toes are turned in, and they are turned in right now. See them sloping in? Don't worry, you're not being crude, it's okay. Did reference Miku. Oh. Wow, I don't think I'm gonna get bingo today. I'm actually real sad about that. What can you do? Maybe, we'll see if I do. But asymmetry in the bandages is interesting. Asymmetry in the way you've drawn the roots is good. Adding interest also. Throughout, the band-aid on the face to try and cover the roots also, so you can try and pretend to be a normal person, is working pretty well too. It's interesting. Are the chibis chibiing well? They are chibiing well. The chibis are chibiing. You got 3 last week? Hey, I would like to keep winning. I enjoy winning. I'd like to continue. What do you have against my continued victory? I would like to continue winning. I think it's only fair to me. I think I'm allowed more victory. In just like the little notes of things I might do for this design, it might be sort of funny if you added like another shorter ahoge so that it feels like the petals of the spider lily are now referenced in your hair too. This isn't Uno, e.g. You can't win every time. I don't even win every time in Uno these days. I can't even play Uno these days. We tried to play on the Discord server and it wouldn't let me in. Wonder if more hair clips would work to help disguise the flowers more. Oh, that could be interesting. Like, if on this version, because I didn't even notice there was a hair clip here. I see it now, but I think it's just too small for this design. We might want to make this bigger. But you could stick another hair clip on the other side. Like over here. To make it feel like the flower is coming out of the hair clip instead of coming out of the hair in this version. Similarly, I wonder if there could be a way that you could disguise this flower also. I know that seeing it enter the body is important to our understanding the fact that it's controlling the person. However, I feel like there is almost something fun to the fact that we're like hiding it. We're trying to masquerade as a normal person, but there's like little hints that something isn't quite right going on. Because like I feel like we could exaggerate some of these things a little more. This is pretty small and thin. These stitches could probably just be a little bit bigger so that they're the same scale as the stitches on the chest are, which are referencing a rib cage, which is also interesting. It's good. I enjoy the specificity of it. But like making that bigger will make it clear that that's happening in the design. Just having a little bit of places where things are a little bit off is just a good hint. I feel like we don't have to go crazy with the hints. Also, like the bell being a little bit dirtied up is a good subtle hint. Seeing the bandages through the clothing is a subtle hint. Maybe the tears are a subtle enough hint that something's wrong beneath the surface. But I wonder if there might be something we could do about that to make it feel like it's more built into the clothing. I don't know. Also, I am curious about how this ribbon attaches to the back of the design. It's doing something fun and engaging for silhouette. It's adding some little negative space pockets and it's adding something unique in that way. But practically, how does it work? Because it's still here in this version. I wonder if like the stitches in the back are kind of coming together into the bow. I'm not certain. Add ones with other flowers. Oh, that might be kind of funny too. Yeah, if you had like, here's my daisy that I'm wearing in my hair. Look at me, just wearing totally normal flowers in my hair. Nothing to look at here. Nothing unusual. Nothing to worry about. You're on the bottom of the spine and the pants fitting oddly. It could be. Maybe, but yeah, like, that would be funny having just like a floral motif throughout. The zipper is an upside down heart, which is also interesting. We seem to have this little heart shape repeated in all the ribbons that are tied throughout. So that sort of makes sense to me visually right now. Very low-rise pants. They could be very low-rise pants also, that's true. There's a part of me also wondering if we may want to distribute this brown a little bit more throughout. You have it in your band-aid and on your hips. I'm wondering if there might be like something else you could do with it somewhere else. Because I don't want to change your necklace from being red and white. That's very specific, that color pattern. And like some of these blue elements I feel like are balanced already so well that I don't know where I'd put them. But like, I wonder, maybe even your hair? Although this feels like it's too much. I just want that brown somewhere else also. But I don't like that as a location for them either. The ribbon is actually there. I'd want to see it interacting with the ground to help support the body. Like a kickstand or a tripod. Oh, that would be interesting. Where like, if we could see that it's like resting upon the ground in an interesting way. Or maybe if we could see that like, you know, the ground is parting ways for it. In the shoes. Maybe I was looking for somewhere in the upper body to put it because I feel like the level of detail around this area is somewhat distracting to me. And putting it around somewhere in the head would increase the level of detail around the head, but maybe it's not so dire. The skin tone is the brightest part of the design, so I think it is helping to make the face more focal. Daisy be cool with the saying, pushing daisies alluding to death. That's true also. Maybe it's just that we changed some of the colors that are in the eye to that brown, maybe. Although that'd be so subtle. The eyes are so minimal in detail. Sitting or zoomed in position with the ribbon so it held onto the edges of the frame? Edges of the frame? You mean like the edges of the frame of the drawing right now? So it's going like this? That would be kind of funny. Oh, like, you mean like if they're in like VTuber view on stream, like it's holding them in place for practical use? Yeah, that could be interesting. I could see that working well. Adding more little bits to these like tendrils so that they're more specific too, I think would be good for silhouette. Or you could have like little bits that break the edge and then come back in. Just increase their detail a little bit. And then we get more mileage out of their silhouettes too. That could be fun. But generally, I do think that I am getting the read that there is A, something not quite right here. B, we do associate these flowers with death. So I see that association already. I see the talisman and I see the necklace, and those are things that we relate to spirits and sort of like spiritual practices also. So I see all of those as references. The clothing feels relaxed and like something I would not be surprised to see somebody wearing casually if they're just traveling. But it's been elevated by the use of a little bit of pattern, by changing some of the stitching into something that references the flowers a little bit more, something that references a rib cage a little bit more. It's helping with the uncanny read. Yeah. If we're going for wear and tear, I wonder if we could use a little bit more of the dirt, because the mention of a warning for hikers that there is a red spider lily yokai, that's, I think, implying that this character is sort of just like out running around. So I wonder if we could use the brown as like mud maybe? So you're just sort of hanging out out in the woods, putting the hunters through it, or putting the hikers through their paces. Let's see if I put brown on here. There we go. We could like dirtify things a little bit maybe. Because there's some wear and tear, but there's not a lot of dirt right now. Yeah, maybe look at the mud, put a twig in the hair. Oh, that'd be funny. I like that idea also. Twig in the hair. Poor little hiker. Same thought. Yeah. Twigs in the hair. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Stitches look like the legs of a spider. They do too. Also because of spider lily references. Sticks in hair also add to silhouette. That's good. I'm a fan of that. We don't have to go too overboard with it either. They can just be like little things in it. This is some bullying suggestions? What do you mean bullying suggestions? I wouldn't say so. I would say that this is just showing the way that, like, we're giving context for the character. We're relating the character back to where they'd be found. But I can start putting some grades down. For color palette, the blue, black, white, red color palette is both visually engaging, and I would say it works well. I don't have any issues with it. The pattern work is adding some detail that we need. I'm not really having much in the way of clarity issues other than where the hair's overlapping the shoulder just a little bit, which we'll deal with that in a second, but I think I'd put it like here. All we need to do to make the hair not struggle where it's overlapping the shoulder is to just add more of this white to the bottom edge. Just complete this shape here. Bam. That's probably solved enough. Now I can see the hair edge. Honestly, we might even want to do it on this piece too a little bit. I'm not doing the cleanest job of drawing right now, and I don't know why my hand is struggling. What's going on? Maybe the fatigue from earlier is catching up to me. It's just like real sketchy in a way that I don't want it to be. Come on. A little bit cleaner, so that we can get a good understanding of it. But that sort of helps separate the head a little bit better. I had to go out for a bit. Hi, Lance. Oh, thank you at Squiiji 3D for telling both YouTube and Twitch chat that Starless Mage has won 5 from the jump catch game. That's good. Have I mentioned those flowers famously represent death? Yes, we have. They do famously represent death, and this character is dead. So they're sort of a zombie in a non-traditional sense. So they are functioning that way, and it is working for me. But yeah, honestly, dirtying things up a little bit might be good. So conceptually, I think there are some clever things happening here. I think we found a couple little angles we could push it just a little bit more through. But I think it's most of the way there. For silhouette, this ribbon in the back is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I do think that the addition of little bits of twigs, exaggerating the stitches here, things like that will help to add to the silhouette a little bit more. But honestly, the tear in the pants reaches the silhouette. The tear in the sleeve reaches the silhouette too. The shoulder reaches the silhouette. Let me do like an actual silhouette check and a ladder test. Just to see. I might not get a perfect selection on this either. The edges of the flowers were like a little bit soft. Yeah, there we go. I'll do both of them just so we can see. Bam, inside there. The more you make me work to create my selection for trying to do a silhouette test, usually the better your silhouette is. Invert that. Bam, there we go. Yeah, I do think the ribbon is doing some of the heavy lifting right now in the silhouette. The twigs would probably help a little bit, but honestly, I feel like this is somewhat distinct. Wow, at Squiiji 3D in the chat. Oh my god, my Oshi's in the chat. So crazy. Hi Squiiji 3D. I'm your biggest fan. You're just like me for real. Not parasocial. But yeah, so I do think some of the things we've changed here would benefit the silhouette a little bit. Adding some more detail to the ribbon root system in the back, causing it to be supportive, adding the twigs to the hair. Having a more specific haircut may also help. Although I guess we are trying to allude to the fact that this fella's maybe not in the greatest of shape and therefore is not styling their hair. So I could see that as an angle, but yeah. Maybe a little more for silhouette. Whoops. But there is some subtle asymmetry throughout. We could just push some things a little bit more. Complexity versus clarity makes me your details a little bit bigger. I think those stitches are just too small. Make them similar to the scale of your stitches on your chest, perhaps, and also enlarge your the bow tied from your bandage, potentially. Maybe make your clips in your hair also a little bit bigger. So there's a number of things that just aren't reading so well from the distance, but it's not too bad. The focal point is your face, though, because your face is the biggest flat area of a bright color, and you do have a decent amount of detail around your head from the spider lilies and the way that they're drawn. Honestly, my eye does travel throughout this whole design, too, so the fact that the face is focal, first of all, good work. Second of all, the fact that I'm traveling through the rest of it, Also good work. Yay! Whenever you guys say that about silhouette, makes me worried when you get to my crit. It has such a simple one. Hey, sometimes a simple and clean silhouette can be the best thing for you. Miku, I would say, has one of the strongest silhouettes ever. And Miku's silhouette is just girly wearing skirt with long pigtails. But it's iconic because her pigtails are so long and so specifically shaped. You don't have to have a million things adding to your silhouette. The things that add to your silhouette just have to be something that is distinct and something that is very specifically drawn. Yeah. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Hold me. Is a little later on, regardless of warnings. The future doesn't scare me at all. Yeah, future doesn't scare me at all. That's true. This is kind of diagonal. Sleeves are the same length on both sides. They've got a little cuff on them. This one, however, has a little fragment in it. There's a lot of elements. Your zipper's kind of centered. I might actually draw lines for these ribcage bits because I do add a little bit of a line. This is creating a little bit of a line too. Your collar creates one. Your chin creates one. Your hair was not creating one before, so I'm not going to count it. This flower creates one. Your eyes create one, but I'm not going to draw it all the way across. Your bangs create one. Your hoge is creating sort of half of one. Top of your head, top of your hoge. What? What? Any volunteers to climb this? Simple and complexity isn't simple in generic. Yes, this is true. Sometimes, I would say that an efficient design is different than a generic design. You can have a design that is low detail because it's efficient, but it is still very specific. Therefore, it's effective. However, you can also have designs that are simple in the sense that they aren't as effective. They aren't efficiently conveying something. Therefore, they feel generic, yes. There is a distinction there. I volunteer. Bugs, have at. Good luck. This is a truly and properly dangerous ladder. Ouchie. We have a lot of little asymmetrical bits throughout. We've got a variety of spacings, although they are sort of getting repetitive in this area. I think that's just coming from the ribcage spacing. But I would say this passes. This is not a ladder that OSHA would want anyone to climb. And I wouldn't want anyone to climb it either, which is good. We've had only non-OSHA compliant ladders so far. Happy to see it. Whoops, spoiler. Did I miss anything? I think I talked about everything here. Yeah. You get a bonus point because I put you in the fridge. I thought your design was rather memorable. You were one of the chibis I had in the back of my mind when I was putting this together for today, and I was like, bam, perfect. We're in. We got it today. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10. Good work. Missed me in. What did I just say? I forgot already. I'm the worst. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5. I was right. I had it. It was 8.5 out of 10. Bam. Also, the rabbit part is interesting for the soul. My hand is not there. I don't know what you think is happening right now, but it's not my hand. My hand is not there. False. Lying. But can we get a round of applause, please? For Missed Me In. Congrats on your 8.5 out of 10. This is a fun concept. I can see some really clever things coming out of this. Potentially. Yeah. Imagine a hot dog VTuber, they'd be the worst. I don't have to imagine. We critiqued a design that was a hot dog themed VTuber, I think. Do you guys remember? That was one of the food ones I had a lot of fun with. Once upon a time. It was, I think, a fellow, yeah, who was a hot dog, and they had a jacket that I think referenced the bun? That one was a lot of fun. We had some fun coming up with creative ways to make that one, or add some more conceptual weight to that one. But yeah, it was so funny. I'm a big fan of that one. It was good. EG has seen all the VTubers ever. Just about. Close to. Maybe not exactly, but somewhere in the vicinity of. Yeah. We can say at minimum I've seen over 1,000 of them at this point. And that's not even including the ones I'm just familiar with and haven't done critiques for. Like, I know many corporate VTubers, I know many indie VTubers, and then there's also the category of VTubers who are in the critiques that sometimes overlap with indie VTubers, have yet to overlap with corporate VTubers outside of maybe Irium. And a little bit, I guess, of the Socks agency too. But yeah, I know the market. I know what's going on in VTubing. It is funny also seeing when I download models for the critiques, I can see what trends are at certain points in time, or I can make an educated guess as to what theme my stream was when people were submitting to that. Because there'll be like a period in time where it'll be like 9 designs in a row that are all abundantly blue. And I'm like, I wonder if I was doing a blue VTuber design critique stream and people were submitting during it because they wanted their blue designs critiqued. Because there was also like a really big long purple area in the crit form too. What else were there? There were a couple of them, which was interesting. I will say, we are also hitting a point in time that is disturbing to me. Let me explain. So you know that my backlog is kind of extensive, right? My backlog of designs to look at on stream is over 700, and some of the submissions are from like well over a year ago. Well over 2 years ago almost at this point, sometimes too. So, I can tell that where I am right now in pulling people to put them in the folders that I draw from for the live critiques is after the, like, common, I don't want to say common, but like after ChatGPT became something people were using more frequently, because I'm so mad, but I can tell so plainly and clearly when you are using ChatGPT to write me the description of your VTuber design. It's really obvious. Why do you need ChatGPT to write your bio? You don't even have to write anything. You don't have to write anything. Give me a sentence. Just tell me that you are a pink cat girl or something. Is it really that hard? You fed your art into ChatGPT or someone else's art into ChatGPT and had it spit out a concept explanation for you? Because it's written in a totally inhuman way. It's got funny M dashes in it. Like, it's awful. And then also, there were not one, not two, but 3 of them that I went through today and deleted who said, like, in their description, it said that thing where it's like, if you would like, I can write a more formal version of this. And I was like, I'm gonna rip my hair out. They copied in the question that ChatGPT asked at the end of it. Awful. Went from AI designs to AI descriptions. Oh no, there's still AI designs that get submitted too, and I just purge them. I just delete the submissions. So be aware, if you use ChatGPT to write your concept explanation to me, I'm deleting you. You don't get to have a critique. We don't stand for that around here. If you cannot put the bare minimum of effort into writing me a sentence as an elevator pitch about your design, then I'm not going to spend my time giving you a critique, okay? If you cannot spend the time to learn art or commission an artist for your design, then I am not going to give you my time of day in providing you a critique. That's how this works. Heard from teachers that people don't even delete the part that ChatGPT adds. They don't. Jubby and I have both seen it as teachers. It's awful. It's so sad. Is there a way to move up the list? Yes, if you have 50k points, the Twitch chat points, you can skip the line, which is something that we had happen today already. Also, if you just need to have your design critiqued quickly, I have commissions for them, but those are paid, and they are not on stream also. Yeah. Sad when people feed their own art to AI. I know, that does make me really sad when they feed it to AI. Why would you do that? Like, you're helping it to steal from us. Why would you do that? I don't know. It's
I
so
was very
odd.
surprised there are tiny Vtubers on Twitter who uses AI-generated models. I'm not even talking about commission bots. It's also the same on YouTube, where the thumbnails are AIBS.
Yeah, I see them too sometimes. And I will say, it's getting harder and harder to tell if something is AI, unfortunately. Sometimes the VTuber models are clearer because they're just not built in a way that makes sense or in a way that follows conventions of how a VTuber would be drawn or designed. But it is a little bit disturbing how frequently I see it. Where can I commission you? If I do exclamation point critique, I believe that has a link to it. Yeah, skip the queue of 800 plus. You can click on my VGen there, perhaps. So that someone was wanting... Wait, hang on. Wanting to make a generator to think of prompts for them, because thinking of prompts is too hard. That is ridiculous and sad. That is disturbing in every way, shape, and form. Teachers have taken to just randomly accusing students of using AI when they turn in low-effort work. Oh, see, that's not great. But it is getting harder to tell the difference sometimes, and it is really exhausting, unfortunately. The other day I noticed the jar of pasta sauce I bought had an AI image of pasta on it. They can't even take an actual photo of the product. That is disturbing. Big creator on YouTube who commissioned art from an artist and insisted it wasn't AI. He got so had. No! Oh my gosh. And that is the other problem, is people getting tricked where they commission someone to make them something and it turns out to just be AI. It's so disturbing. I don't mean to tangent about this right now, but I did just want to tell you that one of the trends I've encountered at this point in the submissions is nonsense. Nonsense. Next we have loading delayed. I've got some notes from Nano on this one, because Nano is working on art for this person also. So the note is that loading isn't able to watch the stream live, but will watch after work. She does want me to let you know that she's got sand on her head in her OG model, not the one I drew, but the one submitted. It moves around in her head in the live 2D rigging. I see. Nano has also submitted, I think, what is a partial redesign? Or like a partial design modification for this design, but I'm gonna mostly talk about the one that was submitted, because I do think that there are some elements that we may pull from Nano's over, but I think that we're losing some of the reasons why this design is working so well, perhaps. There's a thing about the simplicity of this design that is why I put it on the thumbnail, and I think that we're overcomplicating it a little bit here. So we'll talk about that. Nice outfit, yeah. Hang on, I do have to do something, which is, sorry, I have to cover this. We got a TOS violation on a chibi! The terror, the horror! You put a dark outline on it too, because now it just feels like it might just be skin. There we go. Can't have any amount of underbreast showing on Twitch, unfortunately. There we go. Bam. There we go. Gotta leave again. Bye, Hoshi! Right here for my friend. Yeah! Reminds me of sand art I did as a kid. Wait, that's fun. Twitch TOS almost bingo. I don't even have that on my bingo. I think that the bingo gods are mad at me. I think they're upset by my greed from last week. Funny that the suit jacket version covers more. It does cover more. They weren't the same. They weren't quite the same. But this is loading delayed. Oops, I've zoomed out in a funny manner. She/they at loading delayed. I'm a living digital hourglass, currently stuck in a computer. I can send out a hologram of sort to react with the world, but it's not really me. My hair is all glass and contains sand. The blue circle around my body isn't currently in use for my characters. I don't really know how to incorporate it while sitting. There is something so clever to me about the way that you've created the hair. Using a pixie cut and then filling the head with sand is so clever. That's so smart. You're creating an hourglass figure also, because your neck is a little bit long, so that's almost the neck of the hourglass, and then your clothing is dark and your hips are wide, so your silhouette is giving hourglass. This design works real well as a chibi as a result. As a result of being a chibi. I do think that you are going to be somebody who benefits most from staying chibi. I don't think that the silhouette is going to read as clearly if you aren't chibi, unless in your non-chibi version, your waist is more cinched. There's a greater exaggeration in the width of your shoulders versus your waist versus your hips. Then you could truly, truly have an hourglass figure in the way that we tend to associate it. Also, the partial redesign is a 1.5. I'm doing the full 2.0 for them. Ah, interesting. Okay, I see Nano. I see. So most of my critiques I think I'm going to put in here. Nano, I'll give you a little bit of feedback on your art for it as well. But the things that I think are also working well here is just other elements that are sort of relating to the simplicity. This logo, simple and clean. I see Rex saying that the SEO isn't great, and that is an unfortunate thing that I think is happening. Your name being loading delayed is going to make you impossible to Google. unfortunately. I mean, you could stick the word VTuber at the end of it, and that may help, but we don't want to have to always do that, and you will never be able to outcompete just a search for 2 common words like that, which is a struggle, but at the same time, there's a VTuber named Meat. And that's fine. Like, it's up to you how much that matters, and how much you're going to let that impact you, you know? Competing against shipping and PC glitches, yeah. But Meat, the VTuber, is competing against all meat ever, and is still doing fine for it. So, in some ways, it may benefit you to have, like, a nickname or something that is more specific to you, so that way people could Google that and be more likely to find you, but it may not be that big of a deal. But it's just something to think about. So, you are Hourglass themed. I do think that there are some elements that may just be a little bit one note right now, and they're a little bit hard to read. So, like, I think that also putting the hourglasses in your eyes might just be a little too much, and it made it so that I couldn't tell what your eye highlights were, because your eye highlights are also computer references. You've got a computer mouse in your eye, and you also have another little circular wheel in your eye. What I might suggest to you that would probably work a little bit better in your eyes, let me just cover all of this for now, is using a loading wheel in your eyes, because that's already a circle shape. And I see that you somewhat have a loading wheel as an earring and as a little belt accessory, but if you were to have that, like, sort of like tick mark circle, where it goes through a variety of colors, or just like values, that might be something that could add to our understanding of your concept. It adds to us understanding that you're loading, and then it's just cleaner. It's clearer. So, like, we could have, like, alright, like, this one is a lighter color, and then, like, this one is a darker color, and then, like, this one is a darker color, and you sort of, like, use the gradient that those loading wheels have. It'd be even greater if the, eye bits were maybe animated, so we could see it sort of spinning like that. That would be great, would add some life. But I think we can just simplify the eyes a little bit. If you still want to have, like, bright eye highlights, you could do something and make these elements not so bright. And then you could still have, like, your mouse as an eye highlight. But yeah, I think you may just need to simplify a little bit. Google Meat, she looks awesome. Meat is pretty cool. Like Amelie/Monarch. Yeah, I mean, Amelie's already a very specific name, but you could have, like, a nickname. I'm EG. Do I come up if you Google EG? Let's find out. No, I don't. Not even close. My nickname is actually doing the opposite for me. My nickname makes me harder to search, but I think there are people who have nicknames that make them easier to search, potentially. Hi, Moomin. Or Mookmin? Hello. But, yeah, okay, so. Eyes. We could simplify. There's a lot going on right now. This element, it seems like it's hanging off of your belt. I feel like it might be better integrated if it was a part of your belt. Maybe? Internet Initiative Japan Inc. Yeah, that's the EG that wins. I'm not the winning EG, but I am the winning Squiiji. If you Google Squiiji, I do come up. Anyways, hang on. We gotta focus back from that. So, this hair, I think, also is helping to support the hourglass function pretty well. Nano, my critique for your hair is that I think it's just over-detailed. I think that you've just done a little bit too much with it, maybe. Where maybe the hair isn't full of sand here anymore, or maybe it is. But I think that the fact that it had clearer, bigger shapes that left empty areas inside of them, that were just a flatter area, just does more for clarity. The salt and pepper and the detail is cool, and it is very lava lampy, which is interesting. So it's not quite reading as sand anymore in this version, but I do think you could simplify it a little bit. All the specular highlights are very nice for making the hair read like it's made of glass, so there's a good materiality there, but I do think that the simplicity of shape here and the smooth shape around the sides and around part of the top is part of what's helping it to read as an hourglass also. The thing I do want to pull from yours, though, is the more specific design for the earrings. I think this earring design is lovely, where we're using the upper half of an hourglass on one side and the lower half of an hourglass on the other side. That's fantastic for subtle asymmetry, and I feel like that's a little bit more natural than what's going on here right now. this earring... Whoops, I gotta stop editing both of them. I gotta edit just one. But this earring is just a little bit too direct, and it just felt a little bit strange in shape. So doing something like what Nano had done here, and having some like designed up, elegant, but still somewhat asymmetrical earrings is a good choice. Here's my question as far as concept goes. This fella feels like an office worker, which is maybe because we're making a reference to the fact that, you know, we tend to use computers in offices to get work done. More lava lamp at me. Ah, Nano has become the lava lamp. Oh, hi! Hi, loading delayed! Nano actually took that from the first design for the earrings. Ah, interesting. Okay. But yeah, I think Nano's earring design is very lovely. So I would say to keep that for sure, but do definitely make sure that we keep the clarity of the hair shapes. Sand can stay blue in these ones. Potentially. What if the belt was the 90s email loading pop-up? What is the 90s email loading pop-up? I don't know if I know that one off the top of my head. Potentially. Yeah, everybody say hi to loading. 90s email loading. Let me see. AOL sign? Oh, like the bar filling in? Is that what you're talking about? Like one of these? Like this kind of thing? Perhaps? Or is there another one that you were thinking of? Yes? Put in live suggestions. Oh, thank you. It might just be this one. Where are my live suggestions? Hello? Come here. Oh yeah, literally the same image. Got it. But yeah, something like this could also be great. I do think having more variety in the references to loading would be lovely. So you could, even if you just had like a couple of like tick marks on your belt, and then like a part of your belt that isn't filled in as dark. So like you've got your tick marks in a couple places, and then like the belt is light after a certain point or something. It could feel like that's then a reference to loading as well. But finding more places we can use subtle references and ones that aren't maybe as on the nose as repeating the hourglass itself would probably be good. Giving her a cursor like tie to the jacket design be a good idea, since the cursor isn't in her eyes anymore. You could do something like that. I wonder if there's a way that we could give her a like collar that feels like a cursor. Is that too crazy? That might be crazy. Hang on. Like this. Like these are like almost like upside down cursors. Does that feel too wild? It may be a little bit strange. I'm not sure if people would realize that that's what it is. But a tie maybe could work similarly. Might be hard to do. There may be some other way we could incorporate the mouse. Because the other thing I'm thinking about is like, you've got this cutout here. I wonder if there's a way we could make this cutout feel like a mouse. Where like, we could like extend one of these edges down a little bit under here. And then cursors are sort of like asymmetrical where they like, it like tilts off to one side, you know? That could be interesting. Wait, what if pixel version of that? Pixel version. For the collar? Cursor abs? No, I'm doing a cursor-shaped cutout. But we could do the cutout up here maybe either too. Cursor's a necklace or a bracelet, maybe. Lapel's idea. But a pixel-shaped one. What do you mean? So like if it was like this? I don't know if I'm drawing it very well. What does a cursor look like? Ah! I'm doing a terrible job of drawing it. I should just look at what a cursor looks like. Hang on. Clippy is going to be evolved. Oh, that'd be a fun reference too if you just had like a paper clip on your belt or something. Cursor. I like that I have to Google a cursor as if I don't know what those look like, as if I haven't made cursors myself, potentially. Draw the cursor again and then do the pixels on top. You're so right. I'm making this harder than it needs to be. Like this, and then like... Oh! Cursors actually like seem like they sort of like duck in at the center a little bit. And then it's got like this little like bit here, and then if I were to pixelate it, that's not a square. Wait, hang on. So then it sort of is like this. I'm not gonna be able to draw pixel art at scale here. But using something pixel art-esque could be fun still, too. I do agree with that. But yeah, there might be some other way to... Honestly, an arrow collar, like... This isn't bad, either. This adds something to the silhouette, and then there is also a style of cursor that is shaped like this, too. That is used in a lot of art programs. And then you still have, like, an arrow collar. It adds to silhouette. It makes the jacket feel more specific to you. Potentially. So, like, we don't have to overcomplicate it. We could do something just like that. Ooh, I'm gonna do a terrible job of drawing this symmetrically, so I should just copy and paste it to the other side. Whap, whap. Whap. There we go. Bam. Potentially that'll help. Cursor necklace or bracelet. The other thing I'm thinking about that might be kind of fun is if you are staying with something that's like a simplified style like this, you could put things in the sand. You could have something that's just like sitting in the sand like that. But if there's a cursor floating top left of the head, like custom cursor designs, adding the silhouette and leaning into the future merch. Oh, that would be kind of fun. As if like, you know, when you make like a custom cursor, they tend to have the like, just like floating this thing. Yeah. Makes it very boss also. Yeah, it makes you feel important. Makes you feel like you're in charge. But yeah, this would be funny. If you had this animated and it sort of like moved in and out. You guys can't see my cursor right now, but mine has one of these where it gets like a little bit bigger and closer and it just like moves just a little bit. Might be nice. For the V1.5 model I did make in 20 days. Loading believed they would only get a headshot. I ended up throwing a half body at them in complete secret. That was very nice of you, Nano. That was very kind. That might be a fun way of including the cursor, though. Yeah, it's almost like a cursor, a hoge. We can defy physics. You're a hologram. You don't have to adhere to the way things would work normally. For sitting, I wonder if you could just move this ring to just being around this part of your body, too, because it is fun. And this ring may also benefit from being broken up, too, where, like, if you were to have somewhere in there and just have chunks that are slightly different sizes, that might be nice as well. Wow, that does make you feel like much more of a boss having the collar stand up. Ooh. Ooh, fun. But yeah, I do agree that perhaps the outfit does need to be a little bit more specific. So Nano is doing things to make it more specific, but I think it's just adding some details that aren't really clarifying you all that much. Like this button is fun with the loading signal or symbol inside of it. But like this collar, I feel like is just a little bit too much maybe. With the trim, it feels like punk in a way that gets it further away from feeling like business. It's a little intense, but it is much more specific. So I think that's moving in the right direction in some ways, but not in every way. The necklace, I think, might just be a little bit too much, though, because we already have the hourglasses enough in other places. I don't know if we need to have it there as well. But we could maybe use some of those buttons. Or just buttons that reference the circular ones as well. Melting watch? What do you mean melting watch? Oh! Interesting. I was trying to figure out what that was. Melting watch? Oh, a la... Oh, but what's his face with the melting clocks and all that and surrealism? Is that my least favorite man? Not my least favorite. There's a couple men who go in that category out of the artist. Dali? Yeah, Joby and I are not fans of Dali. Yeah, Dali. We don't like Dali, and we don't like, Warhol. We don't like either of those fellas. They are the sexists. Oof. Because time. Yeah, no, that is a fun way of playing around with time. That is an interesting design choice. I think the reason why it wasn't reading as being a clock to me might be because it just needs those little, like, tick marks around it. And then you could have, like, all this extra tick marks added into it. Like that, almost. That could be interesting. Really? I guess they don't teach that in art class in middle school. Yeah, no. Like Dali's wife? That's also fair. You can like Dali's wife. But yeah, they don't have the greatest views on women and people who are different from them also, sometimes. So we don't tend to be a big fan of them all the time. But yeah, this is a neat design reference, though, that you could make. I wonder if there could be something else in like, oh, because the jacket's open. I don't want to give you a tie because your shirt being open is so slay. Color is contrast. The collar is adding some contrast for sure. I feel like it might just be a little bit too much the way that it was, though. Maybe you just don't need it overlapping like that. Maybe they don't need to be as thick. I feel like they're a little too thick. I'm kind of double tasking right now, editing both of these, but I just want to make sure I'm giving critiques that are helpful to the direction this is progressing in. Shirt is very slay and rather unique. Yeah, like this button-up shirt I don't think is as unique as this shirt is. Meanwhile, I do think that this jacket is more unique. So I wonder if we could apply like, ooh, yeah, like these like shoulders also. That could be interesting. Padded shoulders, which makes you more, whatchamacallit, more hourglass shaped. Yeah. The shirt loses appeal of the original. Yeah, there is a certain appeal happening here with the cutout and the neckline that is being lost, perhaps. And maybe that does come down to how loading wants to be depicted. But there is something that feels more specific in this shirt choice. Also, the cropped jacket, I think, also feels very specific. This feels like intimidating, attractive businesswoman would be my read on this one. Here, this almost feels like biker grandma in comparison, with like the longer jacket and the sharper edges to the clothing, perhaps. But yeah, so it'll come down to how loading delayed wants to be depicted, if one of those reads is preferred over the other. I do still think here we could add more that would make the clothing more distinct. But also the fact that you're a chibi is limiting how much space we have to work on things. I think it's something that can happen in corporate wear, just not as plunging, but the jacket in the second is a bit juvenile, not something corporate would wear. Yeah, like I don't think this is actually something that someone would be able to realistically wear in a corporate setting. Not quite this plunging, not with that cutout. But it feels like it's, you know, leaning into that kind of style in a way that VTuber designs often do. VTuber designs often will take something that could be realistically worn in one way and then just like up the appeal meter on it a little bit. Which I don't have that much of an issue with. You can do that. But, yeah. Yeah, something like that. Name badge, maybe. But a name badge does usually imply that you are somebody who is not that high ranking. That is also a question that I guess I would have for loading delayed is you're living in a digital or you're stuck living in a computer, consented a hologram, hair is glass, corporate while sitting. Are you a boss? Like what level of competence or like power do you want us to read from you? If you have a name tag on, we're going to assume that you are somebody who is like a lower level worker. If you don't have a name tag on, you're the boss because everybody should know who you are already without having to, you know, wear something like that. Hair is glass like the Windows 7 window style. Yeah, it is. Yes. Yeah. I do also think that something that might be kind of just like a fun element to add to this design might be freckles. Specifically, freckles on your shoulders. Don't put them on your face. But if you put freckles on your shoulder, it might feel like that's where the sand is going. It might be bigger for something that's in this style. Maybe even freckles on your face could be cute too. I might take back what I just said. But that could be a good little reference to the sand also without having to go too overboard with texturing things. Give you the classic like e.g. like couple that are just like on the face when I draw myself in chibi form and I only get 3 freckles. My freckles significantly decrease when I don't have a level of detail. There we go. Let me put this on a multiply layer so that I can see it a little better. There we go. And then I can move these a little bit. But that might also help to add a little bit of distinction to you as a character, a little bit of memorability. Footage or arrow. Second jacket would work as an 80s, 90s look. Tiny trim was popular then. Work suits evidenced. Oh, okay. So that might be another thing to think about is what era of fashion you were trying to emulate, maybe. Maybe cursor, paperclip cufflinks. Oh, paperclip cufflinks would be cute. Hang on. If we're just referencing office supplies and things like that. Whoops, I'm on a multiply layer trying to draw white. You might not be surprised to find that that doesn't work. But that could be cute. Also, if we just want other office references. Great for concept reduces conventional beauty. Great for 80s style and color in the V2. 80s style. Let me get some 80s suits. Oh, okay. I see it with the collar. I honestly feel like there's so much whimsy that's being lost right now from the shirt, though. Yeah, large shoulder pads, great. I do think that the collar shape could be toned down just a little bit. If we're going for big shoulders, you need to go even bigger. More bigger, because these just feel like a bit of an overhang right now. Bigger. Bigger. Bigger shoulder. Xavier is being a little bit padded. We could pad him a little bit more. Debating on denim as it was super popular. Whoa! Denim might be interesting, but texturally it might be just a little bit too much. V-neck tops were a thing in the 80s too. Collar needs to be wider too. Yes, the collars need to be wider. It seems like 80s style jackets, the collar starts out really wide and gets narrower as it like gets lower on the body, as I'm sort of like just generally looking at silhouettes here. Yeah. Being specific in the references from the 80s, perhaps. Because I don't know if I would have gotten 80s from looking at this either, the way that it is right now. Because I associate 80s with being maybe a little bit more colorful. Or, like, in suits, I think of, like, neutrals with, like, funky, like, ties and stuff like that. Which might just be my limited understanding of 80s. Also, think about texture for the jacket, then, if you're going for 80s. Jean, I guess, is a good texture you could use. What is it called? Is it not tweed, but like, what do you call this? What is this texture called? This one. It's not heathered, but something like this. Jean business jacket feels wrong. Oh, but ever they exist. They're out there, I promise. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm sure you guys have this, but yeah, some subtle texture like this may also be fun on the jacket. But yeah, more variety in the references to hourglasses will help you, because I think that all of the references just being directly an hourglass is just too on the nose. More variety would benefit you. So if you have some things that reference the loading bar style, that would be good. Some things that reference the like loading wheels that are like little tick marks might be nice. Things that reference the whole wheel might be nice. There's a good variety to it. Little cursor hair accessory might be fun too. Called tooth. Oh, is it tweed? I don't know if it's tweed. Call this Western European canvas texture. Interesting. One of the side pieces could be broken glass that leads to the freckles on the shoulder. Oh, that would be interesting if some of the glass was spilling out somewhere, maybe. But yeah. So I think conceptually, we just need more variety in the motifs. But I think this is a very clever concept. I want to give you the concept point that I don't give out very often, because I love the sand inside the head idea and the way that that's working with your silhouette. It's so fantastic. But I think that we need to diversify the types of loading that are being referenced perhaps a little bit more throughout. For color, you do have a like subtle like blue undertone and a subtle like maybe slightly warmer undertone in this version. There's a lot more depth and color in the eyes here, and purples for the skin. Here, I would have said that you do need more variety in your color undertones, but I can see that you're pushing in that direction. My suggestion to you is that instead of using purple for some of these undertones, fruit or arrow or like greens might work a little bit better, but then again, that's not an 80s style. That's like Y2K. What do like 80s computer graphics? I wonder if they have a particular color. I guess purple is something we associate with like vaporwave, terminal green, maybe. There might be another color that would get you that like time period reference a little bit more clearly. I don't want you to end up fruited or arrow because that's Y2K. Pink, blue, brown, perhaps. Yeah, maybe brown. A little bit more brown might work in the undertone, because I'm not sure that the color palette right now is putting me in the right era either. Lapel styles like this are usually double-breasted. Ah, okay. Good note from our fashion knowers. Interesting. And then also, like, the shading on the hand I was interested by, because I thought at first there might have been patterning, but it seems like the fingers might just be in shadow, and that might be why. I was lazy, sorry. It's okay, don't worry. Bright neons. We do think of bright neons with the 80s, but there's also a lot of neutrals in 80s too, in 80s fashion. There's a lot of earth tones depending on what point in time in the 80s we were looking at. But yeah, so more color undertones that relate to the time period might help you, but I can see you're moving in the right direction with them. For silhouette, make sure that the hair has a clearer silhouette. We've lost the hourglass here as far as the silhouette goes. Head should be round a bit around the top, head should be wide, the neck should be very narrow in contrast, and we need to keep clean shapes. I'm grading this design. I'm not grading the other one. This doesn't have a lot of asymmetry in it right now, other than the earrings and a little bit in the hair, but you are moving towards more asymmetry. So I'll put your silhouette maybe about there. And then for complexity versus clarity, I think you just need a couple elements that are more specific here. And are maybe just pared down a little bit more. It doesn't need to be super, super, super detailed. Part of the reason why this design is working so well is because it is pared down. There is sort of a beauty in the simplicity here. This is an efficient design. All the details that are present are telling us something. They're relating to the concept. So we don't need to add a ton of extra stuff to it. And it being a chibi style is something that'll also help to make sense of there not being as many details potentially also. The more detailed one's hair looks, the more like cut crystal it could be, but it could work well with a blown glass look. That could work well, but I do just fear the more detail we're adding, the more we'll lose the hourglass inside the head element, and that is like the cleverest part of the design. That is the thing that I would care the most about preserving here. So for detail, be careful about the balance right now. The level of detail here right now, I think needs to be just a little bit more specific, and like the jacket shape, maybe the shoes could be a little more specific in their shape too, but be careful we're not taking it too far and adding details for the sake of details potentially. The focal point is also, for me at least, mostly your head. I'd imagine the transparency effect in the back of your head, if that is the way it ends up working, would be something that'd be somewhat eye-catching, especially if you have like a texture or some sort of like glow that moves. Your eyes are also the biggest area of a saturated color, so that does also bring me to look in your face too. Your top isn't super high contrast, but I do think your jacket does make the design stronger. But yeah, so I'd say your face is pretty focal too. Live suggestions for examples of a very typical but fashion-forward 80s ladies suit fashion. Thank you. Ooh. Oh, double-breasted. Yeah. Well, this is one of the references I actually had open. Oh, the turtleneck. Oh, these are so fun. Look at that. Look how exaggerated. Yeah, double-breasted may be a good note here. And you don't have to go with, like, a collared shirt. Fashion-forward 80s seems to be okay with turtlenecks and blouses under their jackets also. Let me see some of these other ones here. Yeah, very big. Ooh, yeah, V-neck. Wide-legged pants. The shoe shape is really specific. Oh, these are so fun and colorful. I love the pastels in this outfit. This is so slay. Oh, the earrings, the big hair, exaggerated necklace. Ooh, these are good references, Ryuku. Thank you. These are so fun. I wish people dressed like this to go to work nowadays. I'd love to wear this to work. Who is this? The hair and the head looked funny on the hot pink. Oh, this one? The shoes here, I think, are kind of interesting. I almost thought these were sneakers for a second. But the hair being all in the face is fun. Big hair is planned with the messy side ponytail. Ooh, okay, interesting. Child of the 80s showing up for duty. Thank you, Ryuku. Thank you for showing up. We salute you. I'm a child of the decade. So I've seen clothing that looks like this because my parents still own it. They owned it and wore it when I was a kid. And they do still own it and still sometimes wear it even these days, which is wild to me. But it's so fun. It's so colorful. There's such whimsy to it. I wish we had whimsy in fashion nowadays. Everyone's like, oh, I don't like the current trends in fashion. I'm not even gonna get into why I don't like them, but they're just not for me. I can give a grade though. Bam. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5 out of 10. I do think the concept is doing a lot of the lifting here. And it's going to come down to the balance of clarity versus specificity here, where we do need the details to be specific. We don't want to add a ton more detail. We also need the hair to read really clearly in order for this to be executed properly. And we need more variety in the way that we're showing the hourglass throughout. But I think there's a lot of really fantastic potential here, and I'm really excited to see how this turns out. That would be my general statement here. Shroomates, can we get a round of applause for Nano and also for loading? Delayed. I always end up clapping with one hand. Come on. Track both hands, I swear to God. It looks like I'm performing magical acts. I can't clap with one hand. I cannot ride a bicycle with one hand. My leap motion needs to work with me. Come on, work with me. Come on. But thank you for submitting. Good work. I'm gonna close these for now. Bye-bye. All right. Next, I have Stella Star. I'm gonna take a bite of my snack. This is a crazy username. I would suggest getting a more specific handle. 20238032. That's a lot of numbers. That's a lot of numbers. I can see every once in a while one single munt will show up. Like, it'll be picked up by my audio. But for the most part, you can't hear me, which thank God. What's the username? STELLAS 26238032 is the username. Oh, we're in an ad break? I'll take another bite. This granola bar is a lot of work to chew. Hasn't been active for 2+ years. Really? I thought I managed to filter this fella out. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I did not filter properly. Whoops. No! No! Oh man, you might be right. Sometimes my name is too long and Sugar Maple's almost always taken. You could be E Sugar Maple. You could be Ed Sugar Maple. Stella Star. Oh, you're right. It's been since 2023. Oh no. That's a cool Shu Yamino art though. And Ike Evelyn art though. Darn, that's unfortunate. Love that. It's supposed to be yeah, but we use it for nom. Yeah, we do use it for eating mostly. Darn, never mind on Stella Star. Let's see, is Chevron Sketches still around? Did I not fix this folder? What if I missed? My chibi folder. When I was updating whether or not people are still active. Oh! Oh wait, so you're still on... This person apparently might be on Blue Sky now, as opposed to being on Twitter. Let's see. Oh, hang on. You said you're using Blue Sky, but you didn't link your Blue Sky. Chevron Sketches Blue Sky. Let's see. Love Blue Sky. I am neutral on Blue Sky these days. It serves a good function, but it's just not my favorite for using. Let's see. Have you guys seen the VTuber MySpace that is cropping up right now? Where people are making, essentially like MySpace style web pages. It's like invite only and I'm kind of sad, because I'm not in there. I have not joined. Myoshi. Yeah, that's what it's called, Myoshi. I'm not in there. I haven't gotten an invite. It seems very cute. I know some HTML and CSS that might be useful, but I don't really know what to do with it other than, I guess I could post stuff on it? I don't know. Get some invites? Hey Lance, want to help a fungi out? find it vastly superior to Twitter. It does seem fun, but the struggle with the My Oshi thing is that it's all only invite, so it is making it harder for people to get in. But then again, at the same time, it's getting people talking about it, the fact that they've been invited, so maybe it is a double-edged sword. It's both helping and hindering. I don't know. I have a feeling by the time I'm able to create, like, a nice code for it, the craze will have died down. But I like doing a little web dev. The site is struggling with all the attention. Yeah, I can imagine. Didn't Blue Sky do something similar at first? Oh, was Blue Sky invite only? I joined after it wasn't. Good old hug of death. Yeah, we were suffocating it a little bit with all of our interest. But yeah, Chevon does seem to be somebody who's currently active, so we'll continue with this one. We'll keep moving. Think so? Okay. I didn't know that. I joined after it was no longer invite only. But this is Chevon Sketches. She/her at Chevon Sketches. She is an intergalactic cat stuck on Earth, and the cloud is her pet. How can I better incorporate her lore and her design without it being too busy? So the question I have for you is, what part of the lore do you want me to incorporate into the design? What do you mean? All we have for lore is that she's intergalactic cat stuck on Earth. I did not read this design as being a cat at all, really. I read you as being a demon because of your horns, which maybe that's where the intergalactic angle is coming in. But we tend to think of intergalactic creatures, we tend to think of them as being a little bit more blobby and circular shaped. We're reading you as being a demon because you have a long tail and you have like horns that are ram-like. They've got that sort of like horizontal banding across them. You do have like fluffy ears that could be moving in the direction of being cat-like, and you do have the three face, but I'm not sure your species is reading right now all the way. I think that you would read as being more intergalactic if there were more rounded shapes being used, and this might be like a strange thing to say. But like, we associate shape language so closely with how we understand designs. If all you did was change your horns to be something that gets like wider and rounder at the top, that might be enough to make us think of something intergalactic as opposed to something infernal. And if you got rid of the horizontal bands across them, which I know I'm removing detail, which is kind of an odd move for me still too. But imagine this might feel a little bit more alien aligned. There we go, and then like a big specular highlight like this, maybe. Bam, and then like maybe like a little bit of light creeping around the backside of it or something. Like, I think that is reading as more alien to me. Cloudthing feels kind of Dragon Ball. Is she intergalactic in the Dragon Ball? Oh, she might be. You might be right. Wait. You might be correct. You might be right. Hang on. I have to admit, I don't really know anything about Dragon Ball. It exists. That's all I know about it. There's a guy, and his name's Goku, and he has spiky hair. And I think I know which one that is if you were to let me look at him. But Dragon Ball. Because you're right, aren't the Dragon Ball fellas, don't they have like monkey features or something? Where they have like tails? That they either have or no longer have after so long? And then some of them get ears that are like almost kind of similar to this? Maybe? Question mark? Dragon Ball fan, help me? Yes, as young kids. Not so much, but eclectic combination of features, the cloud divide and being from space all feel Dragon Ball-y. Okay, I see. I am just totally unfamiliar with Dragon Ball, unfortunately. And as somebody who is a fan of Akira Toriyama, that is very strange to say. I like his illustration. I like his games that he did work for, but I don't really know much about Dragon Ball, unfortunately. So if that is the case, oh, do they have horns in Dragon Ball? Because I still feel like the horns might be what is pushing us to read the design as being demon-like as opposed to being, like, intergalactic. But then again, maybe, like, Dragon Ball fans will pick up on this in a way that I'm not. Potentially. Yeah, I don't know about the horns. Okay. I might need some Dragon Ball knowers. It seems like some of the characters in Dragon Ball do have interesting horns. Some of them do feel much more alien-like, though. I see what you guys are saying about some of the horn shapes maybe becoming nefarious and strange. Whoa, whole head rotation. Thanks! Hi, Spicy Noodles! Dragon Ball style tend to be very spiky from hair to horns. Okay. Trolling myself for making a Dragon Ball these jokes. Hey! Rex, no Dragon Ball these jokesing! You're not permitted. But, like, that is a very interesting shape for an alien horn. This fella has horns, but once again, this feels very infernal as opposed to, like, outer space, intergalactic, alien-y. And then the hair, I might see a Dragon Balls reference if there was sharper, spikier hair, but this hair is more of a reference to, like, dreads, which tend to be more squared off. So I'm unsure of how to suggest making them feel more, like, Dragon Ball-y. I wonder if we could do something with the bottom ends of them where, you know, sometimes when your dreads aren't the freshest, or, like, when you have some sort of, like, hairstyle that's similar to this, they unravel a little bit at the tips, and we could maybe push that into being something that feels a little bit sharper? You know what I mean? Like, maybe that would help? Is there a way to make the mango dark mode? Flashbang myself every time. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't actually know if there is a way to make it dark mode. I'm... as far as I can tell, I don't actually see a way to do it right now. That might be a good thing for me to look into, though, for you. Ooh. I'm sorry. Dragon Ball Z? Yeah, we're working on it. Am I imagining it, or is the red, purple, and skin tone all on the same level? It might be. I'm seeing a decent amount of clarity from color undertone, but I can check. But I do think that, yeah, like, the sharper shapes of Dragon Ball, I think, is one thing that maybe being referenced here would help someone like me who is not as familiar to pick up on that angle. Let me just do a saturation theft moment. Nope. There we go. What? No saturation for you. Oh, you are completely right. I mean, at least the red and the purple are the exact same value. The skin's a little darker and the socks are a little darker. But yeah, it probably would benefit from a little more variety, maybe. Most iconic hair in DBZ Super Saiyan, so fun suggestion is making the dreads golden and rising up, but maybe too much. I wonder if there could be a, like, gold transition in them, because there's a little bit of gold in the undertone of their roots. I wonder if gold could maybe work somewhere? A toggle? That would be fun if you had a toggle that, you know, pushed it into that mode. I don't know what the legality of doing that would be. That might be getting a little dubious in legality, but... I don't know. Cat. For a cat, I think your ears may need to be a little bit more rounded, perhaps? I get if you are playing with sort of the shape language that Dragon Balls uses, this might be going against it, but if you want us to think that you're a cat, the elements we have aren't really pointing in that direction. You're a very fluffy cat. But the weird thing with people's perception of cats is that they associate them with being much more sleek. So if you start making them too fluffy and spiky, they start to read like wolves instead. But, like, this may read a little bit more cat-like if you make the inside a little bit bigger. You could keep your big tuft of hair at the bottom, but rounding it out might help a little bit. Maybe going for lynx ears. If they're going for lynx ears, they should go for, like, the tuft at the top being what's really spiky. Like this, perhaps. That might read a little bit more like a lynx and less like a wolf or something of that sort. The tail is also furry in a way that I don't know if we would associate with a cat either, because it's somewhere between a long-haired cat and a short-haired cat. With the way that it feels like this is the tail here, and this is just like an extra tuft at the end. Oh, my neighbors are shoveling their porch, which is above my window. Ripping off the Super Saiyan look is so commonplace, I wouldn't worry too much. But if you're making money, they might come for you. I know cats do come in different ways, but yeah, it is reading a little bit more chinchilla-y than cat-y right now, unfortunately. Like, for as much as it's not as interesting to do, we would be far less likely to read this design as being infernal if you just had, like, a more traditional cattail shape. And as boring as that is, sometimes we have to prioritize readability of concept over what may be considered to be like the most interesting thing to do. It's like that's a much more cat-shaped tail. If you had like little claws, that might help too, because like a chinchilla probably wouldn't have claws. Your mouth and nose, I think, are moving in the right direction. But there's a number of animals that could have something like that. Potentially. DBZ doesn't own golden hair. No, it doesn't. But if you have a cloud and golden hair and ears and a tail and something else that are styled the way that they style theirs, you could be getting somewhere dangerous with it, unfortunately. Oh, hi there, we've been raided. Hey, Shroomates, can you guys rotate for the raiders, please? Pretty please. Hi, Decadent D, welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist. Fungi, I almost said fella. I am a fella also. I'm also a freelance artist. And did I say that already? I screwed up my intro. Hang on, try again. Wait, hang on. Pretend you didn't hear anything. Pretend you didn't get here yet. Hang on. Reset. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today. I am a clown, and I'm a fool, and I'm struggling with the English language to an unusual degree today. But hi, welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you, Mods, for getting the shout out. I see... Actually, it's not letting me snoop. I can't tell what you were doing. But I hope you were doing something you enjoyed. We are critiquing the design of Siobhan Sketches right now, who is an intergalactic cat stuck on Earth with a pet cloud, a la Dragon Ball, it seems like. Potentially. Great, I was working on my own VTuber design. Oh. Really now? Really? Hey, Shroomates, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Yeah, they heard it. Okay, good. I had to make sure. Hey, D. Would you care to participate in art tax, perhaps? Would you like to review it? Yeah, maybe. Can I see? Can I see it? Would you like to pay art tax? Would you like to show us what you were working on? Oh, Eli, you have a different art tax emote. That's great. We got a couple art tax emotes. That helps. Man, that art tax emote is so legible, too. I can read all the letters. We struggled with legibility on mine. But yeah, if you'd like to pay a little bit of art tax, you can send me a Twitter link, a Blue Sky link, an Imgur link, a Discord link, a Tumblr link, any of those things. Moobot might not like it, but I'm giving you permission. You're totally allowed to do it. I'll describe it anyway. I can see it even if it gets mad at me. But yay! Thank you for stopping by. Also, if you and your fellas need to do things like eat, or drink, or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. But if you need to take care of your health, please prioritize that. I'll take this opportunity to also take care of my health. I'll take another bite of my snack, which I've accidentally dumped a ton of crumbs into my lap from. Shroomates, I see you saying feed us, and I know you're saying that about art tax, but do you want a bite of my granola bar? Come here. You can have snack while I have snack if you want. Come here. Psst, 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 psst. Shroomates, come here. Tasty, delicious, delectable snack. Come here. Here you go. Here you go. Oh, Moobot, hey. Jostle Moobot for me, please. Moobot, that was uncalled for. You can't be doing that. Mochi Moonstar, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Moobot, what is this nonsense? Don't be doing that. Oh, hang on. You guys are posting so many of them that I can't copy and paste this. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, jostle him. Show him his boss. Let me see. Bam. There's a Discord link too. It's supposed to allow that. Oh, look at you! Wait, I think I have you downloaded for critiques at some point here soon. Look! Look at this little fella! You're all ice cream! You've got your hair tied up in braids. They're not braids. You've got like ice cream scoops for hair with little cherries in them. You've got like a waffle pattern on the inside of your skirt and your little ice cream scoops and materials to make it. This is so cute. Look at you. And I guess you're a squirrel, maybe, from your tail? Yeah, dessert squirrel. That is so cute. I guess decadent does make sense as a descriptor for somebody who is dessert-themed. You're so cute. Your eyes even have like a gloopy, melty texture in them, like melting chocolate or something. This is so cute. You're adorable. Green for your eyes makes them focal. Not to give you critiques right now, but you're so cute. This is great. Continue to be taunted by ice cream. I want ice cream. I have no ice cream. No, Riku! I guess I could go outside and get a whole bowl of snow and make What do you call that? When you get a bowl of snow and you mix like honey into it? It's like kind of ice cream, but it's like not ice cream. What do you call that? They make it in Little Bear. Shaved ice? Not really. Snow ice cream? What is it called? We used to make it when I was a kid. It's like it's just 2 ingredients. It's just honey in snow that you get from the outdoors. That's not what it's called, Rex. Snow cones? No, it's not a snow cone. Watching your videos a ton, trying to take into account. Good work! I can say already by looking at this, I can tell you're listening. I can see it. But thank you for sending this to us. It is delicious and delectable and very cute. Also delicious and delectable to a degree that we usually don't get to say for these art taxes. We usually say it's delicious. Thank you for the tasty art snack, which is genuinely a snack. I guess snow ice cream requires milk. Yeah, it doesn't have that. That's a frozen maple or honey treat. I'm forgetting what it's called. Yeah, what is it called? I don't know what it's called. It's gonna drive me nuts. Hee, squirrel, nuts. Ha 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 ha. But thank you, Decadent D, for showing us. Just fresh dough and something sweet to make snow cream. Is it just called snow cream? That might be what it is. Desaturation remind me to check the grayscale values of my PNG tuber. Oops, can fix this. There you go, see? That's why we do these critiques publicly, is because it allows you an opportunity to think about the things we're saying and how you can apply those to your designs. Do you have a favorite Dragon Balls design in this lineup? No. I don't. I do not. I think Akira Toriyama has some very strong work in some places, but I'm not as big of a fan of his designs in Dragon Balls I am of his designs for like Dragon Quest or for like Chrono Trigger. I think that he is being held back by the fact that a lot of the characters are wearing essentially uniforms in this. And that's, yeah, my thoughts a little bit. Honeysuckers, maybe? I don't think that's what it's called either. Fair? Yeah, I love Dragon Quest. I think there's some really fun standout designs he has in other places. The way he designs the girlies, I think, in Dragon Balls also is very interesting. I do like some of the designs of the girls, but there weren't many options that were currently in that, and we couldn't see their outfits either. That's my general thoughts. I do love Akira Toriyama's work, though. I can't do Japanese either. I can't do English, and I can't do Japanese either. Akira Toriyama. I got this. I can make my mouth muscles move in the correct directions. Let me do some stretches real quick. Wait, EG, can you roll your R's? In what capacity? I'm not very good at it. I'll tell you that. I say it very I do it very strangely. It doesn't work out all that well. Why? AG needs a reboot. Yeah, hang on. Have you tried turning the squeegee off and back on again? Better than most. Thanks. It's purring. Nah, I'm rolling my R's. What is a word I can roll an R for? There's no R's in squeegee. What words are there an R in? Reboot. It's hard. I have a harder time with it when it's in the middle of a word. I can roll my R's well. Perro. I struggle with middle of words. I can do beginning of word and end of word a little bit more easily. I don't have a lot of practice with it. I used to be better at it also when I was younger, when I knew a little bit more Italian, a little better. I was like, I'm gargling if I do it long enough. I can't do it if I'm laughing either. Gratine. Certain words I can do it better for than others also. I have a friend, Lorena, and I always screw it up when I say her name, and it sounds like I'm going Lorena. It sounds like I'm doing an L in the middle of her name. Darn. What can you do? I'm not the best. But I'm practicing. It's not terrible. Yeah, Lorena. I can, like, really exaggerate it, but it's too much when I do it that way. I gotta, like, think about it in order to get the rolled R short enough for it, but also not saying it, like, or Lolena. It sounding like that. Then it sounds weird. Hi, EG. Off work. How go reviews? Reviews go good. We are critiquing this design right now, and I'm gonna take a bite of my snack, and then we're gonna focus again. I'm getting distracted. I'm rolling my R, and I think you're doing this on purpose so that you can check a box on your bingos. Are you misleading me so you can check a box on your bingo? You might be. I'm gonna munch, and I'm gonna crunch, and then we're gonna focus. What number design is this? Great question. I actually don't know. What number is this? We did TV, who has skipped a line, and then we did some chibi fellows. We did 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is number 5 for the day. Legitimately not help playing bingo. Head on to help those who are. You guys should say thank you to Lance. Need you to complain about asymmetry. I mean, this design, if it were not for the posing, would be completely symmetrical. But the posing makes it asymmetrical, so I can't complain that much about it here. I think this person is aware of that, which is why the design is posed. Potentially, also. The cloud being a pet. Are clouds in Dragon Balls also pets? Are they living? Because I feel like we're not going to assume that this is a thing that is personified in any capacity, unless we were to add some elements that make it have, like, a face or something. Nimbus is a homie, sort of. You can summon them. Because, like, sometimes just animation is enough for us to understand that something is living. Like the carpet in Aladdin. That fella's living. That fella's got a personality. It's a companion. It's a creature. But it's just a rug. The animation is what makes it clear that it's living. If you are a PNG tuber, that might be harder to do, unfortunately. Living, yes. Pets, no. Sort of based on the one from Journey to the West. You give the cloud a tail like Nimbus's streak. Is Nimbus the one in Dragon Ball? It's got a name. Oh, Yeah, that does feel like a tail, which I do feel like turns Nimbus into a creature. So we might want to do something similar with this cloud without just copying the tail that Nimbus has. I'm trying to think of what I might suggest for it, though. Because the tail would probably be... A tail would be the easiest thing to do. Oh, now that I'm looking at these fellas, they do have, like, a rather cat-like tail, too. I've actually made the tail more similar to... I think this is Young Goku? I don't know what these fellas' names are, unfortunately. Maybe the tail isn't horizontal? I wonder if you could have, like, a squared off tail or something that references the shape of the dreads, maybe? And that, like, that... Oops, I've reached the bottom of the canvas. Whoops. And then that could be something that adds a living quality to the cloud, maybe? As long as we don't just put it directly on the back. But that is... We are increasing the amount of Dragon Ball's references happening now. And I don't want to put this fella into, like, dangerous territory. Maybe. But, like, maybe that would help us to read this as being something that's alive. Honestly, I was going to say to do something goofy. And just put 2 light spots somewhere, where even if they aren't eyes and they don't function as eyes, our brain will still see eyes and go, ah, creature, okay, nice. They don't have to blink, they don't have to move, they don't have to actually be eyes, but if you just have highlights that are just 2 circles, we will see that. Our brain will interpret that. So, we've kind of gotten a little hung up on a couple of the aspects of this design, I think. So I'm going to sort of recenter us maybe a little bit here. I think we should talk about the clothing design right now. Because for what it's worth, this is a sort of like maybe like a long sleeve purple t-shirt with an upside down cat logo on it, striped socks. And that is the outfit essentially. So it's not a bad outfit, but I do think it's once again not all that specific of an outfit. Wanting to have like a cozy design is fine. You can have a comfy design. But I just think that a lot of the times when you end up with a character design that is in a t-shirt, that is just a long t-shirt with socks or something like that, it just doesn't feel like a design that is a fully fleshed out character. It feels like a first thought sometimes. So So you are somebody who I would also suggest to take a look at the pin board that I have for like elevated basics, or just to find a shirt that has a more interesting shape, a shirt that has a pattern that's more engaging, because you don't really have like a motif either. You technically are a cat, and maybe the cat on your shirt is a hint that you're a cat, but you don't really have anything that repeats in the design. You have stripes here. You've got fluffy cloud elements that aren't a part of you, that are just the cloud. And you're purple. We want layers in a concept. I feel like it's just like a little bit underdone right now. Also, I wonder if for trying to make you feel like a cat, we could just give you like lighter tufts coming off the side of your face like this. And if that would be enough to clarify your animal to us as well. That adds a little bit to the silhouette of your face, too, that might be nice. And then this side, I'd imagine they might be behind your hair, but I'm going to draw it on top, just pretending. It's in shadow, so they're going to get a little bit lost. But I feel like that would help make you read more clearly as a cat. Why is the shirt cat upside down? That's a good question. You're an intergalactic cat stuck on Earth. The cloud is the pet. I'm not sure why it's upside down. Maybe just to make it distinctly not a basic upside right cat, but I would say that maybe it's not doing enough still. Your Vtuber's so cute. Thank you. I made it myself. I grew this flesh myself. I'm a 3D modeler. I see eyes in the tiles of my bathroom. Yeah, I had a shower curtain for the longest time that I saw little faces in. Our brains, rather. Wow, I'm struggling today. Our brains want to find faces in things, so we just gotta give it the subtle opportunity to find a face in this. Guess maybe because not true cat? I guess so. But I feel like we could have a more specific graphic on the shirt and have a more specific shirt shape. And then I also can't tell if you're wearing shoes or not. I can't tell if these are flats or if they're just socks. So like, this is an example of an outfit that I pull up not infrequently when I do critiques. Because this is a hoodie, a t-shirt, shoes, and socks. But if you look in this reference, the layering makes this design stand out. It makes it much more specific. The length of elements makes it more specific too. This is a cropped hoodie with an even shorter cropped t-shirt. The t-shirt is baggy and super exaggerated and long. These are overalls, but they're being worn in a very specific way. Is this a Fortnite skin concept art? I don't actually... I think it is. I think it is a Fortnite concept art, but I think the actual skin was not executed quite like this. Unfortunately, because the banner looks like peely. I think it is. I think this might be Fortnite. But like, there's a lot of really smart things happening in this design. It's using clothing that is like somewhat like, I don't want to say basic clothing, but it's using clothing that is the stuff we associate with being comfy or cozy or relaxed, but it's being worn in interesting ways, and the cut of the clothing is interesting, and that's what makes it feel distinct. So I would challenge you to find some pieces of clothing that fill a similar role, where, you know, the cut of the shirt feels different. Maybe there's layering that adds some interest. If you're gonna have a graphic on the t-shirt, design yourself something that feels like a more specific logo. This is a cat. But could there be a way that you could design a cat that incorporates some other motif? Could you bring just another motif in general into the design? I feel like you need just another layer somewhere. There's something missing conceptually, because now that I'm seeing the Dragon Ball angle, I feel like that is what the main concept is. And I think you need more than that. It can't just be that. We need to distance you a little bit from Dragon Balls to keep you safe. For sure, possibly adding false fur tufts to the patterns might make the cat pop out more. You mean like this? Like I did to the face? Like that might help a little bit, just to make it feel a little more distinct. Cat with space saucer. Yeah, like you just need to design it up, essentially. You need to add not necessarily more quantity of details, but you just need to make the details that do exist more specific. Oh, Zichu, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Exaggerating the ears and lightening the hair a smidge could help. Maybe the hair and the ears aren't really bugging me right now. It's the outfit design that I think could use to be more distinct. The cat had horns that might help, but there's not really a space to draw the horns in here right now. Although I guess you could, like, The horns are sort of shaped like this. This will just make the top of the cat's head really sharp. And I'd have to like fold this over the clothing or something. But like that could be interesting. Maybe. But yeah, I think we just need to design it up a little bit. So my note here is fashion research. I don't know you, so I don't know what types of fashion you find to be interesting or to be the kind of thing that you'd like to wear. I don't know. Evoking the 80s. Dragon Ball's clothing is very 80s, so big knit as a dress works. Recommend leg warmers. Ah. If this felt like it was knit, that might also help. Where, like, it feels like a thinner fabric because of the edges. If it felt like it's chunkier, or if it had, like the little, like, edge detail. Woo. This is... Why is my brush so big? If it had, like, these little edge details, we might read it as being a chunky knit. Where right now it feels like a t-shirt to me. So I think we just need more specific details if that's how it's trying to read. Man, we got 80s today! Asymmetrical chunky sweater dress with tank top underneath. Yeah, that could be good. Could have leg warmers also potentially. I feel like shoes might be a good element also. You could use some exaggeration on the lower part of your body maybe. But yeah, we've got some fashion suggestions for you generally. But yeah, complexity versus clarity. I think your hair is well designed, and I think that the color palette is still mostly well chosen, even if it is a little bit low in value variety. They do have a newer PNG model when they recently started streaming again. Do they now? Let me see. If I just scroll really quickly on their site. Oh, they've got a different outfit on now, and their hair seems to be different. So there have been some changes that I think are moving in the right direction, but I'm going to critique what we have here before us. For silhouette, your hair, your horn, and your ears add a lot to your silhouette. The cloud is kind of just a cloud, but we don't tend to see a lot of VTubers or characters who are on clouds all the time. So if this is something that's always with you, it is adding to your silhouette in a beneficial way. You are otherwise very symmetrical, which I'm not sure is particularly benefiting you. So I might put your silhouette sort of in the middle. Your details don't feel all that specific to me outside of your hair, unfortunately, right now, though. You're edging towards generic just a little bit, maybe. For focal point, your head is very focal. You have the red head advantage, for sure. Your design is mostly purple, and then you've got this nice bright orange hair, and your eyes are a color that we don't see very much else in the design either. It has a similar undertone as the cloud does, but they're just much more saturated, so your head is completely focal, at the very least. And then for concept and motifs, I think you need another layer. I think you need something else going on here. I was struggling a little bit to provide suggestions, and a lot of that is because there's not really something else I can use to sort of like combine or like mesh ideas together. A lot of the time we can find creative angles for designs when we can see an overlap between two layers of the concept, but your concept to me is Dragon Ball, kind of. And you have a cat. Stuck on Earth. The cloud is her pet. Are you trying to blend in with people on Earth? Like, that could be something that might help give you a unique angle, or do you stand out from people on Earth? I'm not sure you gave me enough information on her lore to help you blend it in with the character without making it busy, though. Intergalactic invite space themes? Maybe, but it seems like designs that draw from, like, the Dragon Balls type of intergalactic don't usually use space themes, but maybe that's a good way to set yourself apart. So you could go for making, like, if you had, like, a floating ring around your hair tie or something, that'll feel intergalactic. If you had the cat become more star-shaped in, like, the outer shape of it, like, if you had a cat that was, like, how would I do this? It'd be upside down, right? To make a cat a star, like, I'm gonna struggle. Hang on. Cat. So, like, head round. Those will be the whiskers. These will be the ears. Are you picking up one, putting down maybe a little bit, and then, like, maybe these don't have to be so long. Like, there could be a way to make a star-shaped cat, perhaps? Hang on. I'll figure this out. I got this. Hang on. This is not a cat ear shape right now. I should have just drawn a cat head and not drawn a star. Why did I do that? And then, like, these are the whiskers. Maybe there's, like, a little bit. This is, like, a tuxedo-style cat, maybe. So he's got his little, like, point that goes down under his shoulders. Maybe you can still keep your, like, tall eyes. And the 3 mouth. But then, like, this is referencing space and might feel more specific in its shape. It'd be really funny if the design actually has nothing to do with Dragon Ball. I can't imagine it has nothing to do with Dragon Ball, considering the stylization of the ears and the tail compared to what I just saw in Dragon Ball, and the cloud, and the intergalactic angle, but not referencing, like, the stars or astronomy at all. But it would be interesting if we did find that out. Almost looks like a purple star. Could be a little purple star, but yeah, like, use the overlap of your motifs more. Add a motif. I think you're just lacking in motif right now, unfortunately. Space tech, like wristband or something. Yeah, it seems like their more recent version of their design is a little bit more, like, space tech inspired, perhaps? Yeah, a little bit more. There's, like, stars and stuff. The horn is more specific. I do think that their more recent version of their design does feel more specific in general. But I just gotta work with what we had submitted here. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I think there's definitely some cute things happening here, but we just need more exaggeration. And did I just write a 7 after saying the word 6? Am I losing my mind? Maybe I'm losing my mind today. Maybe today is not my day. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, what huh? There we go. Oink! EG's not home. Leave a message at the tone. Beep! But I think that's what I would give you for grade here. Writing 6 instead of 7, alas. I did the opposite! I wrote 7 instead of 6! Lordy. But yeah, thank you for submitting. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Siobhan? Brainbot has not taken me. That's not what happened. I could have made this mistake with any numbers. The part of stream I struggle the most with is the counting every time, despite the fact that I've taken up through, like, calculus. Ooh, you know what? I got 15 minutes left. I don't have another design prepared right now, though. I don't think I actually put text on another one. Did I? I did not. I did not put text on another design. Let's see. I can put details in some of these. Cause I think I had this one prepared for before. Let's see. Do you still exist? Yeah, for 15 minutes? I could, but this I feel like would be a quick chibi to do. I'm still here. Heidi! Hello, still here. Doesn't matter. The higher your math, the less numbers and the more letters you get. That is true. The less numbers, more letters, things actually mean things. This is a whole ordeal. Briefly tempted to put my chibi form into the mix. You could, Ruku, but I don't want you to only get like 15 or so minutes on it, because you skipped the line and everything. I want you to get your full time in. Oh, okay. I don't know if this one might not exist anymore. I wonder if I just missed my chibi folder when I was... Yeah, no, this person doesn't exist anymore, apparently. I might have missed my chibi folder when I was going through and removing inactive fellas. Let's see, do I have another one I could pull? I might not have another one to pull for this. I don't think I do. Oh no! Oh, what was their name? I don't even have them in the form anymore, which means I deleted them from the form and just not from the folder. So that's how I know that they aren't around anymore. Whoops. Well, that might actually do it. That's sad. I could have done 5, or I could have done 6, but we only did 5 today. I can pay out now. We can just hang out, I guess. Yeah, ending early is unusual. I don't want to skimp on somebody's critique. I don't want to only give them 15 minutes. But, like, this is a weird timing for me. I usually, if I have 5, I make it all the way to the end with 5. I don't have just, like, a random 15 minutes. But I don't want to give someone only 15 minutes of critique. I don't have another one prepared. Oh, boy. You know why this happened also was because I thought I had 3 skip the lines for today. And the 3 skip the lines I was prepared for today all are going to be next week now. And then I did have 1 bonus skip the line, but I just didn't prepare more. I thought I'd only need to pull 4 of the chibis. My prediction was 6. Sorry, 6 is usually my average, although these days it hasn't quite been my average. I'm not the quickest guy. We know this about me. Man, I could have yapped more at the beginning of stream, too. Oh, wow. You guys were really hopeful for me, too. A lot of 5s, 6s, and 7s. Whoops. YouTube was right on the money, though. Okay, so good to learn from. I'm glad you think so. Win Gamba unless I do chibi me. Nope, I paid it out just now. It's been paid out. It's already been put out in the world. Roku, so wait, you could have caused yourself to lose Gamba, which would have been funny. So 11 people got like 7,000 spores about. Whoopsie. Enjoy your shroomy redistribution of wealth here, perhaps. Man, what can I do? I usually don't have, like, time at the end of stream to talk about things. Was there anything I started a tangent on that I didn't continue my tangent on? I don't know off the top of my head. Wow, all my thoughts. Haven't won a Gamba in so long. Sorry. I went a very long time without winning a bingo. And then finally last week I got, what, 3-way bingo? So your time will come. Just not right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I did not get a bingo at all, though. I was 2 away in every direction. No body harnesses, no food themes. The last one didn't even have a star motif, but we did kind of add one. We didn't have a bullet head issue. I didn't make anyone's shoes bigger. That was a hard thing. Who's a Dragon Quest design you like, maybe? Ah, that's a good question. Let's see. He also did, what is it? There's another game that he designed characters for. Is it... Oh, of Mara? The Mara ones? I'm food related? You are food related, but you weren't a design we critiqued, so I don't know if you count. What is the, like, Secret of, did he do Secret of Mana also? I can't remember. Toriyama? Yeah. Don't Gamba, because I'm saving for Skip the Line, and I know the Shroom House always wins. Yeah, EG does win. Chrono Trigger? No, I do love Chrono Trigger also. I know he does Chrono Trigger, but what does he, is Secret of Mana also Akira Toriyama? Where's Luca? Here, I'll just give you all of Chrono Trigger. Look how cute they are! Frog is one of the best characters ever. I love Frog! I don't think so. Really? Let me see. Akira Toriyama games. Man, I didn't go down this rabbit hole because I didn't think it'd be a good decision. But it turns out it's fine, maybe, and I do have the time for it. Yeah, Dragon Quest. There might just be a game that has a style that's referencing his. Who's the artist for Secret of Mana? Because when I think of, like, Trials of Mana, that game I thought was Toriyama. No, wait, hang on. I've just searched Secret of Mana. Who's the artist? Who's the concept artist for the characters? This is gonna drive me nuts. Artists. Shinichi Kameoka, Hiro Sono. Nope, so that's somebody else. How weird. Chrono Trigger? What is that, an anime? No! Chrono Trigger's a game. It's an RPG. I love Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite games. My love for Chrono Trigger is kept perpetually alive by the fact that Vinny of Vine Sauce Origin does like another playthrough of Chrono Trigger once every like 4 or 5 years. I love Chrono Trigger. It's such a fun game. But like, look at Luca's little helmet that tells you that she's a scientist because it's got a funny little antenna on it. Frog is our knight. He's got his cape on. He's got his sword. He's got his proper chest plate, but he is also just a frog. Ayla with her meat and her whole, what do you call it, club, just in her fur clothing. But like, isn't her hair shape so fun? It's so curly and messy because she doesn't take care of it because she's from the past. They're good. I like these guys. This is not Goku, also. Does Trials of Mana have a different artist? Or did they just, like, borrow Akira Toriyama's style for it? Because I swear to God, one of these manas has... No, Koichi Ishii no Buteru Yuki? And Hiro Isuno. That's wild. What did... I'm really misremembering that. That's wild that I'm misremembering so strongly. But yeah, Chrono Trigger, good designs. Also the robot. What is the robot's name in Chrono Trigger? I can't remember. I keep trying to call him Mocha. because that's the name of the robot in Magical Star Sign, who looks kind of similar. Is he just Robo? He is just Robo. Bye, Starless Mage. Do you guys know Magical Star Sign? Does anyone know what Magical Star Sign is? This is like one of my favorite, like, somewhat niche games. It comes from a series that I think was popular in Japan, but did not really extend beyond Japan very far. Oh, don't create a movie. Oh no, computer, you got this. Hang on. Magical Star Sign. Look at these fellas. This is why I thought Mocha, because this robot's name is Mocha, I think, if I remember correctly. This fella's in Smash as a trophy, which is like a weird reference that I never would have thought existed. This is a game that I would love to play for you all someday. It's an RPG. I love the tactics of it because it's got like frontline versus backline mechanics. There's like crits you can do by tapping on your screen because it's a DS game. You get to be either light or darkness as the main character, and these are the like player character designs. You can be Gorly with long curly hair, or you can be Dude who I guess has short spiky hair. Their designs have nothing to do with what element they are. Most of them, like this girly is themed around water, and for some reason she's entirely green. He makes sense for Earth. His temper makes sense for being fire. But it's so fun. Can you tell that I love exaggeration from my love of this game? Look how giant her shoes are. This fella's just a little rabbit. I don't remember what your name is, though. You're like the first companion, too. Your name's like Lassie or something. But they're so cute. They're so cute. They got big giant pants. Man, the Kingdom Hearts lover in me probably also really liked this. I should show you it. I need to spread the love for this game. Love the rabbit thing? I know! It's so cute. It's wearing sandals. And she's like girly girl. She's like kind of like bossy and maybe a little bit rude. This character I think has a crush on this character. This guy is a salamander and he's really cool. I love his head shape. But like this guy's like referenced in Smash Bros. It's not all that popular of a game. It's got really cute sprite art too because it's all pixel art. Oh, and then it's got a whole mechanic that's based on like the alignment of planets, where depending on the time of day and how the planets are aligned, some of your characters are stronger than others. So it's got like Pokemon typing of like, oh, this type is strong against this type, which is strong against this type. But like, look at this antlion. Look at the UI. Isn't it so cute? Oh, and this character is powered up by the daytime right now in this. Look at that. This is one of the early bosses in the game. There's like robots you fight too. Some of the enemies are really intense. There's also a cool pirate also in it. Like the ant, yeah. What is the pirate? I gotta figure out what the pirate's name is, because the pirate has a fun design too. But it's just like such a cute game. It's got a nice art style. The UI is really fun. It's got a lot of elements that I think are similar to Octopath Traveler, in that like you use each of the characters' abilities to interact with the world, to like unlock certain things, which is just like a standard of RPGs a lot of the time. But like it does make me think of Octopath Traveler a little bit. Because you pick up the characters as you progress through the story. You can only have, or there's no maximum party size though. You can have all 6 characters in the party. It's called Magical Star Sign. It's one of my favorite games as a kid. I should play it on stream. I gotta see if does my thing work for capturing a DS? Can I capture a DS through this, I wonder? Although I don't know how I link out of the DS for it. DS or 3DS? I'll have to look into that, potentially, because you have to use the stylus. You can't play it. It's one of those games that would probably suck to emulate, if you were to emulate, and I don't want to do that anyway. I own the game. It wouldn't be evil to do it. I own the game. I paid for it. But, like, it's so cute. It's so cute. I gotta find a way. Look at this otter! He's a pirate! The designs are so cute. Look at him. These are the inhabitants of one of the worlds. They're so good. I'm just like scrolling through all the evil guys. There's like lizards and stuff. Where? Oh, this is your teacher, Madeline. She's butterfly themed. She's got these like giant bows around her ears that are butterfly-like. Isn't it so cute? Speaking of butterfly themed, hi Gabby. I love his mustache, right? They're so cool. I love the design work in this game. It's so fun. It's so underrated. I feel like they're still somehow a little bit generic, despite being such fun designs. There's like a whole group of people who kind of look like Sonic OCs also in it. Hi, hope stream is good. Thank you. Hello also. Stream is great. We finished early, which never happens. So I'm just looking at artwork from Magical Star Sign, which is a game I like that nobody knows what is. Look at this girly. She looks like a Sonic OC a little bit. Oh, that's a moth. Star Sign. Oh my gosh, there's only one page of search results when I Google Magical Star Sign. That is so depressing. What? I guess that truly proves to me how, like, I guess not super duper popular it is? But, like, the designs in this game are so fun! Look at this fencer! Look at her with her funny thigh-high boots. Do you feel like they smushed together a bunch of early 90s character tropes into one game? Oh, they definitely did. We've got robots and magic, and we've got animal creatures that are kind of Sonic-like. Let's see, are there more NPCs? Oh, this pirate. This pirate is so fun. Look at this pirate. Oh, I think she's a companion to the pirate, but I love this pirate. He's so crazy. He's like pirate and clown themed. Also, I think I've never known what the gender of this character was, and I think I might be wrong. I think my sister and I might have referred to this character as he, but I don't know if that's true. Scares me. This character is very scary to fight. This character is very strong, and I remember we suffered immensely, but we were also children. Oh, there's little, like, guys. Oh my gosh, there's so many funny little guys in this. Oh, look at this penguin! Oh my god, they're so good. Zelda-coded character a little bit, yeah. Look at this little penguin! More otters. Oh my gosh, the otters are so cute. Look at the otters. This little guy. This girly. But most of the NPCs get unique designs. Yeah, he's got luggage. Like, look at her. She's so cute with her little bow. Her fur collar. What's he hiding? I don't know what he's hiding. The otter looks like he'd mug us. I think he does. I think that's an accurate read of him. I think he would do that to you. Magical Star Sign Cloud mod for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. What a concept. That looks quite interesting. That one's a good one. I know, they're so cute. I love them. Oh, more Sonic looking designs. This is a character, I guess, from an agency or something. Man, they are so 90s. So 90s. This game is a spin-off of a game called Magical Vacation. I wonder if that game is any more well-known. Oh, wait, yeah, I was saying, whoa, wait, actually, this is significantly different. That's a GBA game. Oh, which I think this girly is actually from the GBA game. Have you guys heard of Magical Vacation? Not really niche game recommendations from the EG stream, but I'm all here for it. Hey, when you buy from the bargain bin when you're like 12, you're gonna get niche options. Oh, wait, hang on. Maka's in this other game too? Magical Vacation. Wait, it's the same characters! What? Magical Star Sign Magical Vacation? Do they have the same name? Oh, wait, it just has a different name in different places. Okay. Interesting. I have the US version. The EU gets all the characters on their cover, and the Japanese version is just called the name of the previous game in the series. According to the wiki, it's the same game released under different names locally. Oh! So Magical Vacation is just what it's called in different regions, maybe. I heard that Magical Vacation was more popular? Potentially? Man, 2001, made by Brownie Brown for the GBA. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make you guys all witness this, potentially. Oh, Spirit Combos is so cute. The sequel, not the OG. Oh, okay, so there was an OG that was Magical Vacation, and then the sequel is Magical Star Sign, which is all different. But yeah, you travel through space, you go to different planets, you find your fellow students who all are skipping school, but have crash landed and are now trapped in various places in the heavens. They have funny, silly little designs, and the bestiary translations were done by somebody who really wanted to make as many silly puns and jokes as they physically could. In a quintessential young child fashion, my little sister and I used to just read through the bestiary on long car rides. We wouldn't even play the game because we got stuck. But we would just read the bestiary because so many of the entries were very funny to 12-year-olds. They did a good job. Miss exaggerated shoes slash gloves in animes. Big Digimon vibes. Yeah! Yeah. I feel like we can see the inspirations for this game quite a bit. But yeah, it's fun. I wonder, do I have any other, I wonder if I have other niche game recommendations of things that I played. I have all of my childhood DS games still, which I think would be where any of my niche games would come from. Although, like, I have, like, Ikaruga for the GameCube. I don't know if people know what Ikaruga is. I got Tales of Symphonia. We know the Tales of series. I don't know if people know Symphonia as much, maybe. I might not actually have any others. I know Ikaruga? Really? That's one of the ones that I feel like people don't know that much of. Play Hamtaro? I didn't know there was a Hamtaro game. I have an Avatar The Last Airbender game. Niche game I had was Geist, an FPS puzzler on the GameCube. Do you guys know, what is it, is it called Soul Quest? That's a SNES game, I think. What? No, wait, that's not it. What is it called? Not Soul Quest. Katamari. Katamari is fun. Oh no, what is it called? What is this called? It's called like Soul Quest or like Soul Adventure. It has a very non-specific name. Magic Pendule? No. No, what is this called? Is it Soul Blade? Soul Edge. Soul Edge. Soul Edge. For arcade. No, wait, it's not Soul Edge, because Soul Edge is for Soul Calibur. That's not what it's called. That's not what it is. This is a fighting game. I can't think of what it is. No, this is gonna cause me I'm gonna be so crazy about this. Soul Blade? No, it's not that either. I have to go into my kitchen. I have to go into my living room right now and pick up the object and look at it so I can tell you what it's called. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's not Soul Calibur. That's the wrong one. I read the title and got excited because I thought that's what it was, but it's not what it is. I have to go look. Hang on. Found it. It's called Soul Blazer. I knew the first word was soul. Squeegee's model looks like a depressed person. Yeah, I was depressed because I couldn't think of what the game was called. Soul Blazer. It's called Soul Blazer. Soul Blazer. I was close. I got to Soul Blade. Soul Blazer. Yeah. Yeah, it's a JRPG. And it's kind of a roguelike, almost. Somewhat. Where, like, you try and get further and further and further into this dungeon over time. It's a SNES pixel art game. It was not. Has anyone heard of this game? Free the Freelians, make death toll pay. It's another Square Enix game. To no one's surprise. Or I guess it's just Enix pre-merger, but like 80% of the games that I know and play are Enix or Square Enix. No, nope. This one's not as pretty as Magical Star Sign, but it's, you just like fight through dungeons essentially, and you try and reach like a higher numbered dungeon. Look at this girl with her incredibly tall head. Also, the localization is really weird for this game, where the localization makes them less anime. Really weird there was like once a game company named Square. Well, why not? Why not just call it Square? Why not? But look, they made her like so much less anime, which is so funny. I didn't even realize that's what they look like outside the US version. Hi, Shin. Hello. Yeah, this is much cuter. This is a little bit uncanny to me. They kept the hair and everything else the same. But, oh yeah, here's the main character. Because there's a TV game, there's a TV show for it too. I think there's an anime. Look at this fella in his red outfit with his sword. Why remove the pose? Don't know. Not sure. Unclear. Oh, yeah, here's the cover for the Japanese version of the game, which might just be what that's from. Look at him, he's got a soul behind him. Wait, you know this one? Oh, no, Ryoku's suggesting a different one. The Ghostbusters game on floppy. No, no, not those ones. Soul Blazer. Soul Blazer. Most of the old stuff I played was Nintendo. I have like Metroids and stuff like that. I got the GameCube games and I've got the SNES games. I'll figure out how to connect that to other things later so I can show you. The de-animification of her head makes her look weird. I agree. It makes her forehead height stranger. I think her head's also just really narrow in these. What can you do? Also gave her lipstick. Oh, I know, yeah, they gave her lipstick. They were like, you have to know this is a girl. Lest you think this is a gorgeous young man with billowing golden locks of hair, or I guess a gender nondescript person. No, 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 no. You have to know this is girly. But sorry for my 10-minute discussion of random old games. Joby thought I was done stream and I think got excited, so I should probably go and hang out with my Joby and make dinner. But anyways, play Magical Star Sign. Play also maybe Soul Blazer. Play also Chrono Trigger. That's my word to you today. That's the EG of the Pawn's Wisdom. On... what day? Wednesday. Wednesday, Uma Musume tier list. Start. Wahoo! I can't wait. I can't wait to talk about Uma again. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for more Uma. On Friday, we're gonna make Mikus together! I don't know if I actually said that at the beginning of stream, but yeah, Friday, Miku in Magma. I'm creating a canvas where you guys can use my base to just design Mikus if you want. They don't have to be snow Mikus. I'll probably work on my snow Miku a little bit and try not to go crazy while I'm doing it. E-G, E-G, ooh-ee-oo. Yep, making Mikus in Magma! Did you farm the new event in Uma Musume? No. I have not been playing Uma Musume. I haven't had time to play video games since starting new work. I'll play it again maybe someday. What's Magma? It's sort of like a digital canvas we can all contribute to and draw on at the same time. It's just sort of like a fun way of collectively making art. So you can have like your own layers in it and we can all doodle together and then I can see it and I can show it on stream real easy. Yeah. Yeah, like Draw Pile. Yes, it is just like Draw Pile. It's like potentially an easier to use version of Draw Pile. Because I always struggled hosting Draw Piles. But yeah. Yeah. It's an art program. But yeah, that's the game plan for the week. Tomorrow, theoretically, there maybe will be Minecraft. I can't see why there wouldn't be, but potentially Minecraft. Not live, but in the Discord server. In the Shroom Stage world server. Potentially, if you'd like to join. Yeah. That's it. That's all my notes I have for you for today. Thank you all for joining me for the Chibi critiques, and thank you everyone who skipped the line. I gotta actually cross TV head off before I forget, or I'm gonna think that I didn't do you this week. What? There we go. Bam! Farm name tags from Librarian Villager, then find Deep Dark. Oh, I guess, yeah, I think the Shroomates are trying to go to the Nether at some point. I think they may have already gone. I don't know. I don't even have iron tools. I used my single iron to make a stone cutter, and that is it. Said I miss Minecraft tomorrow. I miss Minecraft every day, and I cry a little bit about it. I don't have time for it. But it's more so for you guys than it is for me. So, I hope you guys are having fun with it. YouTube Shroomates, I'm going to say goodbye to you now. Shroom you later. Thank you for hanging out. Bye. You've already been there? Oh, okay. I forgot about that.